Hi, guys, and welcome to Trucking Along with Kiersey. That's me, your positive voice in trucking. Let me know when you get in here and if you can hear me okay, because today we are doing something really cool. This is going to be a charity fundraising event with Wheel Burner Express. It's actually his charity. He does every year. His subscribers chose this charity and they are going to shave off their beards. I'm pretty sure he said that there are 9 guys that are about to shave off their beards to be able to do this. So let's see who we get in here. And I am going to, hey guys, let me know that you can hear me, please. Just give me a thumbs up because I'm going to talk about a couple things today. If you're willing to go to Wheel Burner Express and share out his channel, I really appreciate it. You can come back in here and say hi to me, and we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. I don't care. But this charity fundraiser, hey, Bruce, thank you so much for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. So Wheel Burner Express is somebody who's been in the trucking industry for over 30 years. He's been an owner operator for 22 years. He's from Canada. Now you may know Snorlord. Hey Mary, how you doing? You may know Snorlord and DIY Semi. Both of those channels are going to be donating merch over on Wheelburner Express's channel. Me, myself, I don't know how many of you know this. If you've been with my channel for a while, you know that I'm a published author. I've written 4 novels that are available on Amazon. So today, for the next 4 days, actually, I am setting my ebooks for free. And all I ask in return is that you please share out his channel, or if, uh, let me see if I can post the link, share out the link, because what we're doing is we're trying to raise $10,000 and we're up to like, I think 2,600, 2,700, something like that. But if you use that link, it goes directly to the charity. It Oh, okay, you're at home. Awesome. Good for you. I'm not. I'm trying to get home. But and I was hoping I was going to be home for this, but it didn't happen. But so this charity is an amazing organization. If you've been with me for a while, you know that I donate a big portion of my proceeds from the channel to charity every year and I post all the receipts. Well, on Wheelburner Express, his subscribers chose which charity to donate to. So that link does not go to any YouTuber, does not go to any trucker, anything like that. It's actually a link where you can donate directly to the organization, but it kind of credits this fundraiser and it tracks how much we've actually been raising. So that would be really helpful if you're willing to do that. This organization is amazing. It's called ForgottenAngelsFlorida.org. It was started by a woman and her husband who the woman was actually grew up in the foster care system. These people are amazing. They got 22 acres of land down in Florida. They provide job assistance, education, counseling for all of these kids that are aging out of the foster care system. Kids that, have all kinds of emotional problems, that were abused, kids that lost their families to no fault of their own. Um, it's amazing to sit here and listen to how much these people are giving. They're helping the kids, teaching them how to build tiny houses, so as they're going into adulthood, they actually own something. Um, Come on, Hans, you like people, come on. You give me a lot, I admit it, and I already donated myself. I gave $160 already, but I am donating 10 of my audiobooks for free are gonna be given away on his channel over there. Um, Let me see if I can go get the link for my audio for my ebooks, because I am posting all of my ebooks for free, and all I am asking is that you go share that link on your social media, share it on your whatever. I don't care what app you use, whether it's Instagram or whatever, but it's really Slime Pack. I appreciate you coming in, and you would really be helpful if you're willing to share this out. You are so into positivity, and I am too. And every year I get involved with fundraising, and I just stumbled onto this. And so this guy is doing an annual fundraiser. This is his second one, where 9 guys are going to shave off their beards. One guy's going to shave a mohawk, a tiara mohawk going this way across his head. We're trying to raise $10,000. If you are willing to, please go over, share out his channel. It would really help. And um, if you click on my link that I just posted down there, that link is my free ebooks that I've written novels on his channel. 10 of my audiobooks are going to go for free. There is also Snorlord and cool, posted to your page. I appreciate that, really. And if you're willing to go over there, tell them I sent you. They would really appreciate any help they can get. These people are amazing. And it is 2 countries, because Wheelburner Express is from Canada, Snorlord and DIY, and we're all American. So this is like a cross border situation that we're trying to help a bunch of kids. You know, it's really, really bad economy, and we know we're asking for a lot, but anything that you can donate, and it doesn't, if you can't donate, then don't donate, but share it out. It's a help, and Slam Pack, I don't know if you heard, but that link that I just posted right now that says buy Stripe, that goes directly to the charity. It's not going to any YouTuber. You donate directly to the charity, and it records it. So it's like crediting our fundraiser over with this link. So I don't care what you guys want to talk about. You tell me what you want to talk about. Hey, Tolga, thank you for stopping by, because Tolga's over in that live feed. And I was going to try to do him live, but the truth is, if I sit here and show him live, if you're wanting to try to get on that free merch, he's not going to be able to see your comments. So I want it to be here. I figured I could just direct my people over there. That would be awesome. If Slime Pack, guess what? If you're willing, go live yourself. You got a lot of subscribers, and then try to direct people over there. But he's going to be over there. Tolga's in all the chats. I don't know if you know Tolga, but Tolga is like in everybody's chat. The guy never sleeps. This morning we were like, where the heck is Tolga? Yeah. Tolga says the link is working perfectly, because he's in the know with all this stuff. And I'm going to be honest with you, when I saw that they were doing this, and I, a lot of times I listen to everybody else's live feeds, everybody's videos while I'm driving. So a lot of times you might not see me in there, but I try to stick around and see what everybody's doing. And Tolga's everywhere. And Hans, don't tell me you hate kids and kids suck. We've all had some bad things happen in our lives, and it just think about this. I just went in and bought core water. Okay. Those big bottles and I got this the body armor water. Those things are $5 a piece, or $5.50 a piece. Okay. So all you have to do is not get one. You know, that's going to make a difference with these people. They are over there. He was just talking about how he's trying to give them, skills as far as electrical skills and shop skills, and teaching them how to manage money and credit. And, it is so amazing to have people. I promise I am not a bot. I know. Yeah, he's not a bot, but we tease him about it all the time, because it just seems like he's in the small channels, he's in the big channels, he's in the medium-sized channels. Gotta love Tolga. And he's always so supportive and helpful. But I think a lot of people, you'll hear a lot of people that want to complain about their lives were hard. And I think there are bad things that happen to all of us. And a lot of times people will say, well, I wish somebody cared enough about me to do this. I wish somebody would have, intervened. I wish somebody would have got me away from so and so, or I was being abused, or whatever, right? Here's your chance to help somebody else. Here's your chance to help somebody else, to make sure that somebody else doesn't feel the way you do. And I just sat there and I listened to the guy who's organizing this charity, and he was talking about all these wonderful things that they do with these kids. And Wheelburner Express said, so what happens like when they age out, like they get out on their own and then something happens and they're stumbling, like, at what point do you stop caring? At what point do you stop allowing the back? And he says that doesn't happen. Everybody's going to have something that's going to happen to them in the future. They can always come back to us for advice. They can always come back to us for some kind of assistance. It's amazing. Okay. They don't house the boys with the girls. The girls are being helped off site, which I thought was really good idea. Um, but just listening to these people and how genuine they are really, really just touched me. I was just doing my makeup in the bathroom listening to this at the truck stop at the Loves, and I was practically crying with like my makeup running down my face. And so here's a chance to help. You know, you go to Denny's right now and it's $30 plus a tip just to get a meal at Denny's. You know, your truck getting washed. A truck getting washed is 40 bucks, right? A lot of these guys do it once a week. Put it off this week. Try to just see, can I go donate 40 bucks to this organization so that kids can have a better life? And they don't just take kids, they're in Florida, but they don't just take kids from Florida. They're taking kids from all over the country, you know, and we all know people who have been homeless, who have been abandoned, who have had drug issues or something like that. Well, you know what, Jeremy? That's okay if you're broke. You know what? Share his link out for me. Even if you go into his chat, the more people that are in his chat, it's going to YouTube's gonna pump that out a little bit more. I love all you guys, and the reason I opened this up, I wasn't expecting to get, 20, 30, 50 people or whatever. I was really hoping that people would go check him out, but I do wanna give you guys my free books, not because it's gonna help me. I don't make anything off of it when it's free. But just as a thank you for popping in here, for listening, to going and sharing. Make sure you tell them I sent you. But Jeremy, I you have been a little quiet lately. Usually you comment on all the videos and you've been a little quiet lately. So what you been up to? And Hans, what kind of better things would you want to donate to? Let me see. The the Troll Society of American YouTubers? Is that what you want? Working a lot. Okay. Well, didn't you get a motorcycle or something? You sent me a picture of yourself one time, and I think you were with a motorcycle, or you won a motorcycle or something. Wasn't that you? And so a lot of these guys are bikers. They're kind of joining the trucking community with the biker community, which you get people together and it's awesome. But this guy David and his wife Cindy run this organization. He was actually just over there saying, "Hey, we'd love to have truckers come down. We have the space for your trucks. Stop by our organization. Teach the kids about what it's like to be a truck driver." Donating to animal societies is much better, or truck driving groups. Well, you know what? Maybe these are the future truck drivers of America. How about that? Hmm. Last year they did do to St. Christopher's, which supports the truck drivers. But you know, every year I donate money. Every year I usually pick a different charity, or the last couple years since my mom died, I've donated to St. Jude for kids because that's her favorite charity. And I used to donate to Toys for Tots because when my sister passed away, that was her favorite charity. And I started doing it when I got my channel monetized, was right when yeah, see, Dave says we need more future drivers. And Dave, I'd appreciate it if you share out my community post, or you share out the link. I'd appreciate it. Uh Let me see. So, Dave, that link right there donates directly to the charity. It's not going to any YouTubers, it's not going to any truckers, any bikers, nothing. It goes directly to the charity. And something that's amazing about this charity, they don't get paid. When you donate to charities, even Red Cross, the CEO of Red Cross gets $430 million a year or something like that. This these people aren't doing that. These people are doing this out of the goodness of their own heart because they really, really have a desire to help people and to help kids. The wife understands what that is. She came out of the foster care system. So, you know, to me, no, we don't need more drivers. Yes, we do, because you know what? You're going to be old and dead soon. Yes, our society needs more drivers eventually. Freight sucks as it is. Sure, don't need more greenhorns out here. Well, these are kids, so they're not going to get out here until the economy gets better anyway. And in the meantime, they need training and they need to be taught things about money management and life and it's a requirement to live there that they get a job. It's a requirement that they live there to get some kind of job training, like education, and also to go to therapy. And this charity is providing all of that. And I really like it. I'm living until I'm 120. Probably. You know what? You and Hans will be living together. But but as a thank you for you guys for stopping in and for making sure. Now, you know what? Let me go see, because I did a bit.ly link for those let me see if I can find it. A bit.ly link for those Amazon. I thought that's what I had here. Here we go. Okay. So these are the free ebooks. And over on his channel, they're giving away free merch. They're going to give away 10 of my audiobooks. Dave says, it's so sad. I see so many kids on the street who were kicked out of foster homes. I have many times bought them food. It breaks my heart. Exactly, exactly. And they were just talking about on Wheelburner Express's channel that the homeless situation has gotten so much worse, especially in places like Seattle and Portland and things where they legalize drugs. And you know when you give people access to the drugs and permission to get away with things, you're going to cause more of that homelessness. You're going to cause more of that addiction. And hate to say that I'm getting political, but that's just something that happens. I mean, it's kind of a consequence. And something else that I thought was really cool was he was saying that they these kids had hey hey Terry, thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you very much. Um, they were saying that when you grow up with nothing and you're in a foster home and nothing is yours, there's no consequences to keep you on the straight and narrow. They can't take anything away. You don't have an Xbox. But once these adults, because they're aging out of the system, they're living at this 22-acre place and they're being provided with things. They're being provided with their own possessions for the first time in their lives. You know, when maybe they make bad choices, then the consequences are, guess what? You don't get that anymore. You know, and they're holding them responsible, and I really appreciate that. Jeremy says, my hometown has a tent city by the Mississippi River that is crazy. It's everywhere now, Jeremy. It's everywhere. I don't know how many of you in here are actually over the road truck drivers, but it doesn't matter what city you go to now. You go to Oklahoma, that me being from New Jersey, I thought Oklahoma was a southern state. I expected Oklahoma to be like all farmland and not deal with the same kind of crime and drugs and situations that we have up north. And that's not true. You go into the Oklahoma turnpike bathrooms, and they actually have Narcan and overdose supplies in a vending machine. That's crazy. You know, some are homeless for a reason. Stop giving to Ukraine. Well, you know what? Okay, I didn't want to get political, but that's true. I personally think we need to work on our own country first, and I also think that, you know, when the economy is better and people have money, that's when people are given to charities more. And right now, people don't have money, and the charities are suffering. And that's originally why I originally got involved with Meals on Wheels originally when COVID hit, because the old people didn't want to go. The old people were afraid to, leave their homes and stuff. So Meals on Wheels was getting hit so much for requests. And, you know, in this economy, come on, man. Come on. The states are cutting back on their own budgets going into these different foster care homes. And some of the foster care people are not supporting these kids. They're not always nice. Some of them can be abusive, So hey Carol, how you doing? And Marty, thank you for stopping in. You're in the army now or prison, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. You just now donated. Okay. Browsing the books now. Thank you so much. Gonna read a bit and then watch the back of my eyelids for a while. Well, I appreciate that. I really do. And Carol, if you're willing, share out Wheel Burner Express's channel. We're just trying to get, if that donation link that I put up, that donation link goes directly to the charity. It's not going to a YouTuber. That makes a big deal because, people, they don't trust us. I mean, I've known some of you guys for years, and I post the receipts for all the charities and everything. But I don't blame you if you feel uncomfortable donating to somebody you don't know, and it's asking a lot when some of these people out here were sitting for a couple days, we're not making any money. I get it. I get it. I've cut back on subscription services. I've cut back on some of my own spending, but at the same time, you know what? I'd rather eat ramen noodles for a week and feel like, hey, I gave a couple $100 to these people. You know, um, I donated $160 myself. Uh, what I donated to is actually a chance to win these really cool cornhole boards that are handcrafted with a retail of $500. And if I do win those, then I am donating them right back the charity. They can either raffle that off themselves, sell them, they can go and give them to the kids and have fun. I don't care. It's really about the kids. So giving money to a country that really is not an ally while our kids suffer is disgusting, but that's why politicians keep getting richer. Lots of kickbacks. You know what? Since you guys are bringing up kickbacks, did anybody see about NFI's CEO over in New Jersey? There's so much political corruption going on in New Jersey right now that 6 guys were just indicted, okay, on racketeering charges. However, they're naming this as the Norcross Enterprise, and they are hinting that they may be linked to a couple murders. Like, I'm going to do a whole different video. I'm getting home and I'm going to do a whole video on trucking, murders, corruption, and NFI CEO. Okay. Um, Now, just for clarity, there's been no mention that the CEO was actually involved in the murder. However, somebody that's the head of this criminal enterprise organization is kind of being questioned and looked at for the past couple years in the possibility that they were involved in a murder back in 2014. And something else that's really interesting was there was another set of murders that was committed the same way. So, it's really interesting. I've been listening to this podcast about New Jersey politics and all that, and then it goes back to, it's so crazy. I have to do this because the congressman's name is Don Norcross, and then his brother was a lawyer. His law firm is the one that actually wrote up and proposed a law that makes it easier to get tax credits for developing underdeveloped areas and poor sections in New Jersey, Camden in particular. Most people know Camden. It's one of the poorest sections of the country, poorest cities in the country. It's one of the most violent cities in the country. And so they decided they were going to do this economic development program there, and they were going to give tax breaks. The congressman's brother's law office is the one that actually laid out and proposed the tax breaks that were then enacted. Their other brother is a political powerhouse. They actually call him the kingmaker. He's a Democrat. He was on the Democrat National Committee in 2021. I'm talking the national committee here, guys, right? And so he's also supposed to be like the king of Camden. You can't get anything done in that town without him. So it's really interesting that after all this was done with the tax breaks, the CEO of NFI Trucking and Logistics is a partner with this guy and wound up moving his headquarters into one of the buildings that the property was acquisitioned and put down for that tax break. So we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in tax break potential here. And when this one guy, his name is Sheridan, John Sheridan, he didn't want to give up some of the land. Him and his wife get killed. Okay. The house gets set on fire. So the police originally declared it as a murder suicide, that he stabbed the wife, then he tried to stab himself, and then supposedly he set the whole house on fire or the bedroom on fire or something to cover up his crime. Well, if you're killing yourself, why would you bother to try to cover it up? That makes no sense whatsoever. But it is really, really crazy. It is really crazy. Trucking CEOs need to have Netrodyne AI cameras installed in their homes and cars. Yes. Yes, I agree. And maybe if they did, then we wouldn't be looking at this murder conspiracy that's going on over in New Jersey, you know. But they were doing all kinds of things. They were like threatening people and coercing people and all kinds of things. Look at the deaths of the Boeing whistleblowers. I believe our government is a legal, organized mafia. Yeah. Um, I don't want to see what they would do in their homes. Yeah, well, you know what? I want to see what they're doing in their homes just so I can turn around and say, I'm watching you. You know, and the cameras, the scoring on that stuff, that video I did, it's so confusing. I can't even figure it the hell out. And, Carol that was in here a minute ago, she was really upset when they first came out. And I told her, I was like, you know what? Just don't open the app. Just don't open the app. Mm. But there's the donation link again. If you guys share it out, post on your Facebook, whatever, that would be helpful. I appreciate it. But many of the original CIM members were Italian mafia. Hey, look. Okay, look. I don't know if you know this. You probably don't. My mother's real name was something very, very Italian, Elisabetta de Torre, right? And uh, it's kind of funny because, you know, she originally said, "Oh, well, when you write these books, you don't want to use your real name because what if they suck?" You know, and my name, Kirsten Rothlander, is very weekly donation. Mwah, thank you, Hans. I appreciate that. Thank you. Um, so uh and she was like, what if your books suck? Your name is so original that there's nobody else in the country with the same name. And I'm like, yeah. She says, well, you might damage your reputation. So I said, okay, well, I'll just use the name of somebody in your family because, your family's a bunch of Italian criminals and they already ruined their names. Like, my grandfather was in prison with Lucky Luciano in Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia. And my mom's brother went to federal prison for drug trafficking and getting stuff from like Europe. So certainly not going to damage that reputation any more than possible. So, so, uh, so what do you guys think about the election anyway? Since you guys brought up politics, I didn't bring it up. Remember that. Okay. What do you guys think's going to happen with the election? What do you want to see happen with the election? That's what I want to know. Uh, I really thought freight was going to get better by now. Um, but it seems like freight the past few weeks has been getting better. I've been getting much longer loads as a company driver. Yay me, 2,900 miles this week. I think it was 2,800 miles, something like that last week. A lot of my former students that are company drivers, they've been getting really good long loads, long miles. Like I went from Oregon to Florida. One of my other drivers went from California to Maryland. So we've been bouncing around. Censored every day says the election's rigged. It's going to be another 4 years of Biden, and the U.S. is going to get even worse. Marty says, I'm thinking at the beach with a little yellow polka dot bikini. Well, I'm glad you're at the beach with the little yellow polka dot bikini because you ain't going to see me in one of those. Wouldn't even fit on my arm. You know what? That was something that was funny. There's like the guys are over there on Wheel Burner Express's channel, on Wheel Burner Express's channel. So they're over there and they're talking about shaving their heads. There's 9 of them going to shave their heads. So he jokingly laughed and said, "Oh, well, maybe Kiersey, you should shave your head." And I said, "Well, I wear so many wigs, nobody would even notice." And I said, "Well, maybe I should shave my legs because right now my legs are getting hairy and it's like caveman. And if you watch Norlord at all, he goes by Viking caveman biker trucker or something like that. It's like the longest thing." But yeah, you know what though? I mean, okay, so one thing that people are talking about the election is that they never have a debate before the convention. So some people are saying that they think that if Biden doesn't do well in the debate, that they're going to turn around and replace him in the convention. So how many of you think that's a possibility? And are you going to watch the debates? Because they're coming up like next week, aren't they? Anybody knows, puts the date down in there. I think it's like the 27th because I'm going to be home. And I said, oh God, I got to go watch this. Um, that's gross. If Biden wins, I'm going to Swift. I think China is printing ballots as we speak. You know what? It's funny that you say that because I have family that works at the post office, a bunch of family. One thing about the federal government is that it's very, you know, uh, it's very close knit. Let's put it that way. Like I've had my uncles, my brother, my mother, my cousins, my grandfather. I got like 15 people that all work for the post office, all in different buildings all over the place. So you never really know who you're talking to. And let's just say that people I know were told that they couldn't have their cell phones out on the platforms, and it was suspected that they were taking already pre-filled out ballots from building to building and watching the election to see where those trucks had to take those ballots. And it really wouldn't surprise me. And with all this corruption going on in New Jersey, that if you're just coming in, I was saying a little earlier, these guys were strong arming developers. There were developers that had rights to properties. There was one that was an easement. So I just did a video about the aquarium in Camden. It's called Adventure Aquarium in Camden. And it's kind of cool because it's got all these sharks, and you see the scuba diver down there feeding the sharks and swimming with the sharks, and you get to pet they had hippos. Carol in there was just in here. She was amazed at the hippos. And that was all part of the Camden revitalization projects that they started years ago. And one of the provisions in that was you couldn't build the buildings over a certain height, and you had to have rights to the height Why? Because if somebody put a building in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see the skyline to Philadelphia. So you actually have to have permits for the height to ensure the views of the river and of the Philadelphia skyline and the bridges. And they also put the USS New Jersey right there. They built a train that goes from Camden to Trenton, and it was supposed to be some kind of Riverwalk type of thing. There was hippos at the aquarium, yes. Yeah, not too many of you guys watched that video that I made, but, um, I think there were only, like, 75 people, but, I thought it was kinda cool because it was a pretty nice aquarium, and I actually thought that using the keywords and everything, that it was gonna get a lot of views from people who were looking for something to do in New Jersey, so I thought, well, uh a lot of a lot of my subscribers will write to me and say, "Well, what do you do on your days off? And what do you do when you go home? And you travel the whole country, so where do you go?" And hey, T-Bone. T-Bone, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you, man. Uh I know T-Bone's been over there in Wheel Burner Express, so he understands what's going on with this charity. So, T-Bone, um right here, that bit.ly link that I'm putting out, that is to my free ebooks on Amazon. I'm really trying to give those out just to anybody that's willing to share out the links for Wheel Burner, share out the links to Forgotten Angels. Uh, I see a name with chickens in it. Yeah, that's Dave. Dave and I have been subscribed to each other for many years now. I think like we both had like 400 or 500 subscribers or something when we first started. And I see Tolga is still in here. I appreciate that. But that bit.ly link, I hope Tolga, feel free to go post that over in Wheelburner Express, just so anybody popping in there feels like they get something. It doesn't cost me anything at all. The audiobooks that I told him that he could go raffle off, yes, they will cost me, but it is what it is. I'm all for it. And you know what? I tried to do this before, but so Wheelburner Express, they're putting a goal of 10,000, and I don't know if Tolga knows what they're up to yet. Do we have any kind of a running total or anything? I know for the cornhole boards, they were up to like 2,600 yesterday. Thanks, T-Bone. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm sweet. Well, thank you. My mother would have disagreed. Something that was funny about those books while I was writing them was I would actually like give my mother the chapters as I wrote them because I wanted the books to be unpredictable. So when she would tell me what she thought was going to happen next, I'd write something else. And then, she'd go, oh, look, T-Bone just subbed to Dave's channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, see, Dave and I have been together a long time. I like watching his channel because I don't cook, and then he'll show me different like appliances and stuff and little gadgets and little techniques, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. That's a nice thought. And in my head, it just goes in as useless information because I'm never going to use it, but I know lots of other people are going to use it. They can't click on my links, but they can get screenshots and they can make them clickable with the AI. Okay, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I tried that AI stuff. There's this one thing, it's called like InVideo or something. So I was like, all right, well, maybe this will make it easier for me to make videos. So I went to the AI and it did this whole video where it's like, okay, we're going to discuss backing today. And you want to properly line up your trailer and then make sure you get out and look and then turn the wheel so that you easily back into the space. And I'm like, that doesn't help. That's just crap narration. And I was like, I'm not paying 25 or $30 a month for that. Gotta head out on the load. Thank you so much, Censored Every Day. Please, if you would share out the channels, I appreciate that. Um, so let's see. I'll put donate. And for those of you guys that are in here, again, this donate link right there that says buy.stripe, that is going directly to the organization. It is not going to any of the YouTubers at all. Not that I'll steal his ideas, I may borrow a few. You know what? Do a collab. Go ahead. You know, there are lots of people that do so much cooking out here on the truck. One thing with the cat, I don't really like it. But T-Bone, you know what? What do you see going on with the election, with freight, with the economy? What do you think's going to happen soon? I really, really, really thought that the Democrats were going to have to turn this economy around a little bit. The sad thing is, um, I think they really, uh, uh-oh, you would definitely listen to this style of narration. Okay, narration. Um, what book were you looking at? Oh, like that? You mean like that? Well, you know, it's funny, and this microphone's actually supposed to be a really good one. The audiobooks, people had asked me about the audiobooks and if I actually narrated them. And no, I didn't because back then I did the books like before I came into trucking. So they're almost 10 years old. And you know, people have asked me, "Oh, uh, you know, have you narrated?" And I was like, "No, no." Could you imagine me trying to narrate a book and not giggle? I mean, come on, think about it. Be like, and Gustav entered the room. Then Hedwig took the knife and stabbed him in the back, and blood squirted everywhere. God, yeah, that's kind of what happens in my books. Yeah, National Geographic, exactly. I'd be sitting here laughing at the tigers and going chasing after the wildebeest or whatever the hell they are, and I'd be laughing. That'd sound worse than a hyena. And you know, any of you that listened to Elite Fleet back in the day, we met because he actually said something really nasty about my voice. Said something like it sounded like a dying cat screeching or something, a bobcat. Uh, I'm on contract freight at the moment, and it's a struggle. Yeah, I bet it is. Keep an eye on the spot market. It looks pretty rough. Mhm. Yeah. Um, doable with low overhead, but you know what? Doable and definite are two different things, you know? I have friends out in California and Pennsylvania that the expenses are so high. They're running back and forth on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So you're talking really high fuel costs, really high taxes, really high IFTA tax, and a lot of them are just barely getting by. Mhm. Deliver packages, travel 250 to 360 miles a day. Mm, n not lots of road time. Yeah. Okay. Just don't kick the box. Have you ever found anything in any of the boxes that was, like, crazy? Like, one of my books one of my books is about the post office and the crazy things we'd find in the mail, such as human heads and alligators getting loose. Uh, and we had some crazy things go on. Um, we really did. We had an alligator that was shipped in the mail and it got loose and it was running around. Good thing that was the mouth was taped. Um, and we also had some situations where uh, there was a human head. There was a human head that came through the mail, and a Vietnam vet found the human head. And he really, really was in horrible battles and had terrible, terrible PTSD. And when the box was leaking, and they didn't properly insulate the jar with the formaldehyde. It was leaking, and he had a flashback, took the head, marched it across to the bigwig's desk in another building, actually, because there were 2,000 people in my building, and he threw the head at the postal plant manager, and it was crazy. And they sent him out of work for 6 months, and then they turned around and tried to suspend him for contaminating 2 buildings with hazmat. The turnpike's crazy expensive, couple $100 each way. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely crazy expensive. Yeah. Um, for the sharks or dolphins, because I'm starting a charity, Orphan Dolphins of Florida. Were there sharks or dolphins? You mean at the aquarium? They were sharks. I didn't see any dolphins there. I don't even the Baltimore Aquarium, which is the national aquarium, they don't have dolphins. They do have skeletons though. Uh like at the aquarium I went to, they had megalodon teeth. I don't think the jaw was real. I think the jaw was reconstructed, but all the teeth were real. So that was pretty cool because you're standing there and it's like, wow, like this jaw is so much bigger than what, I'm only 5'4", so I'm pretty short. But you ever seen an aquarium without sharks in it? I don't know. I mean, where I live in Springfield, everybody goes to Bass Pro Shop, and that's like the national Bass Pro Shop. And I don't I didn't go through it. They did have alligators though. I felt like I was back in the post office, and something else that's in that postal book is about like workplace shooters, anthrax bombs. Like that's the stuff that I put up with before I came here. So trucking is nothing, and people are telling me, "Oh, well, you know, trucking is terrible and it's going to kick your butt and all this." And I'm like, maybe I'll kick your butt. It's not going to kick mine. I'm a tough Jersey girl, and I'm going to turn on this truck just because it's even with this APU. What is it here? It's got to be 100 degrees. Yep. It's 102 degrees outside right now where I'm at. So, um, the GPS tracked with those rear facing cameras. Yeah. Oh, DJ. Okay, guys. DJ is one of my former students and is now a good friend, and we talk every day. So, DJ, I need you to go post on your social media, uh, because I don't really think that I talked to you too much about this. Okay, but this donation link, or you might have seen it in the Discord group, but that donation link goes directly to the charity. It is not going to any YouTuber or anything. So I'll tell you something about sharks, though. People ask me what's it like down the Jersey Shore, and I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like where I come from, you just grow up and you're going down the shore. That's what you did in the summertime. And after a while it doesn't become a big deal and you forget there are millions of people across this country that have never seen the ocean, they've never seen the waves, they've never heard seagulls. And there are things that we just take for granted, and that's one of them. Uh DJ says he'd rather deal with a shark than a jellyfish. Well, that depends on the size of the shark, sweetie. Big Orange Pumpkin, thank you for stopping by. And I appreciate you. And Orange Pumpkin was also in on this charity. He's also well aware of Wheelburner Express. They are trying to donate for Forgotten Angels, Florida.org. So, the links that I've been posting, they donate directly to the charity. Um, this is interesting. Crap. Uh-oh. There we go. See, I'm still learning this. Poor Pumpkin, when he was on my channel, he's like, "What the hell are you doing, lady?" But if you do go over to Wheel Burners Express's thing, right. He's actually giving away free merch from some of the other channels. Um, let's see. You haven't seen one cicada yet. I got my fly swatter ready. Well, guess what? I got dead cicadas all over my windshield, and they're baked in this 100-degree heat. Um, and I'm like, I need a pressure washer, but I'm trying to get home, and I drive for guys, so I don't want to cost them more money. So I'm trying not to. Um, but the predatory jellyfish that has a taste for humans. Okay. Not all jellyfish are small. That's true. That's true. Um, so all jellyfish are venomous, poisonous. Is that true? I mean, I know they sting. In Brigantine, New Jersey, they used to wash up on the shore. And this is a funny story about a jellyfish. Okay. My crazy sister Rhonda, if any of you guys have been watching me for a while, like Hans has, and Marty, if you might have heard the story before, but my sister was about 17, 18, something like that. And we go down the Jersey Shore and there's jellyfish all over. Well, she decided she was going to bring one home as a pet. Well, it washed up on shore. It was dead. But she got a soda cup and she put water in it and she brought it all the way back home. Now, visiting the Jersey Shore, even though it's only like 50, 60 miles away, is a 10-hour drive. You sit in bumper to bumper traffic all day going down on Friday, all day coming back on Sunday. So we're all sitting in the car with this jellyfish in a cup. And then after a couple days in her bedroom, it smelled. It was dead. She still didn't get it. So she comes home one day and she's like, "Where's my pet? Where's my pet? It's gone. My pet's gone." Like a dead jellyfish in a cup is just going to jump off her bureau and go run out the front door or something. Like it's gone. Not who moved it. And she was 11 years older than me. She had to be 17, 18 years old, something like that. Right. So my mother was upset that it smelled so bad. She took the jellyfish, put it on a paper plate, and threw it out the back door onto our patio because she just wanted it out of the house. Well, when the sun baked it and all of it basically cooked all of the water, all of the moisture out of it. So all that was left on this paper plate was a star pattern of the guts of the jellyfish. I kid you not. Okay. Rhonda came home. She looked for the jellyfish. She got so upset and she was crying, "You killed my jellyfish. You killed my jellyfish." Ah. And it was like, oh my God, would you grow up? Just grow up. Hans is asking DJ, did Kiersey show you how to drive 57? Yes, I did. You know why? Because he had a permit and I wasn't going to die or I wouldn't be here to be harassed by you. How about that? You should be drinking doing a 34 in Portland, Oregon. Why? Suck that jellyfish. Suck that jellyfish in some tequila. It would be a good Ew! Ew! That does not sound good at all. Ugh. Ugh. But you know what else we have down the Jersey Shore? We got these huge flies that are like this big. You want to talk about flies that would like terrorize those cicadas? I mean, the cicadas are big, but we had horse flies and then we had greenhead flies, and those suckers stung. And you would be like sitting here like swatting yourself all the time. And in the pool, we'd like sneak up on each other and about to whack it. And then we'd be like, oh, and the flies would run around and this is why I don't think I could live in Florida. Like people sit here and tell me they want to move to Florida. I don't get it. I couldn't do it. I don't like the bugs. Yes. See, DJ tells you 58 is where you get a better fuel bonus. Yeah, but Hans, you got to understand, our fuel bonus could be like a good 7, 8, $9,000 a year difference, you know? And eh, despite what people think, the way we get stuck in docks and stuff. This morning, I was in a dock. I've been running on 7-3 splits for the last 3 days, and I'm absolutely exhausted. And I almost didn't come on here today, but I really wanted to help out these guys. So I really wanted you guys to like make sure you share this stuff out with Wheel Burner Express. Go over there. Even if you go in and comment and tell him I sent you, it will help him because the more chat that's in these live feeds, the more YouTube winds up sending us all out. So you just pop in there and say hi, and it just boosts his channel rating for the time being, and that's really cool. Um, and I really wasn't playing him on my phone, which I probably should have been, so I could listen and hear what they're talking about over here. But they're still over there. Uh, okay, somebody. Oh wow, Big Orange Pumpkin made a $500 donation. Wow, wow. Big Orange Pumpkin. Good for you. Man, that is so awesome. That is so awesome. Thank you so much, man. This is going to be amazing, and I don't know when they're going to start shaving over there. But they're going to see DJ. I should have had you get on this so you could shave your beard. I want to see what DJ looks like without his beard. I do run down my clock. I have been lately because I'm trying to make money, man. Freshwater jellyfish in Idaho? You're kidding me. I had no idea. Okay, so since we were talking about sharks, did you guys know that the actual Jaws was based on a true story and of a shark attack in New Jersey in 1916? Comment down below. Let me know how many of you guys knew that. Because I really don't think that most people know that. Uh, Hans says he likes running 10 and a half hours a day or more. Well, you can't run too much more, Hans. See, Hans has to, uh-oh. They are shaving over there. Somebody just said, oh, look, he goes back to his high school times. That's terrible. He just said he shaved off 30 years. He went from looking 60 years old to 30. Oh, okay. So DJ's making fun of me saying that I believe Jaws is real, but not Bigfoot. Well, you know what? Uh, there are no dead people or half dead people from Bigfoot. They have not found any carcasses killed by Bigfoot, although they did find half eaten people at the shore. How about that? They think it was a bull shark, though, because it was in the ocean, but then it went up the Raritan stream, the Raritan Creek, which is freshwater. And I believe that only bull sharks can do that. There was a 24-year-old guy that was trying to save like a 12-year-old kid, and the 24-year-old guy got killed, and the kid lost his leg. The shark bit his leg off. Jeffrey knew that. Check that out. Saw it on a TV show, but can't remember which one. It was probably like something like a documentary like the American Experience or something of that nature. It is because with the Industrial Revolution, it was the first time that people actually had leisure time activities. Before that, they were always working. So at that point, people start going down the shore and they start going into the water, and the sharks weren't familiar with people being in the water. So that's what they claim. And they did go on a big hunt for the shark, just like in Jaws when they were all hunting the shark. So DJ, it is true. Go look it up. Okay. I'm trying to see what they're doing over here. Somebody's calling him Uncle Fester because he's bald. Uh, these guys are funny. See, and I don't know how to put this on the screen, or I would try. I know all these other people do that stuff, and I don't know how. But so, weren't the kids in the river upstream not on the beach? Yes. Yes, exactly. It was Raritan Creek. So, and there were 5 people within a few days that were attacked by this shark. And you know what? It's never happened again. But when I went to Ocean City, Maryland, and I think I did it in Ocean City, New Jersey too, you have to sign, you know how you have to sign waivers saying you're not going to sue anybody? They they made me sign a contract saying that I would not, my family could not sue if I was eaten by sharks. The only sharks that we had at the time are 14 foot lemon sharks. And we also have in the Delaware River, we have 14-foot long sturgeon. Yeah. So I'm going to put this donate link back up. And it's funny, it won't let me pin this because I'm using the StreamYard and it won't let me pin this. So, like, it will let me delete it. It'll let me put myself out of commission. Oh, hi, Chance. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. So how did you find me? Did you come over from Wheelburner? I'm just curious because I've been getting a lot of new people just because of the camera thing. Everybody's looking at the cameras, and some people get tired of talking about the cameras. But since I'm testing them for Prime, and DJ has a camera on his truck also. So if DJ, you want to talk about your camera experience, feel free to go ahead. Sharks are not the apex predators. Well, that depends on whether or not they're chomping on your legs. Uh, yeah, DJ, I don't think you heard earlier, right? They asked me if I would shave my head, and I was like, well, no, I actually got more hair on my legs right now, so I look like a Sasquatch. I was like, maybe I should shave my legs for their Shave for Charity campaign. But but Chance, I appreciate you. And you know, did you come over from Will Burner? Are you aware of his charity that's going on? And that's why I was really doing live today, was because I was trying to direct people over to him. And if you don't know, um, you know, if you're willing and you could go share out the links to the charity, share out Will Burner Express. Um, right here is a link to my free ebooks. I have 4 books that are published on Amazon. So those are ebooks. Over on his channel, they're giving away free merch from Snorlord and DIY Semi. They are also giving away 10 of my audiobooks over there. So one of my books, now I remember, is the first video you ever saw of me was about the books. Really? Okay. Um, but if you like thrillers, okay, if you like thrillers, I promise you, Zodiac Lives is a terrifying book. I wrote it and I scared the hell out of myself. I kid you not. I scared the hell out of myself. Um, because I was writing this book. It took me 6 weeks to write it. And I was writing it at 3 o'clock in the morning during a thunderstorm. And I had the windows open because I love fresh air. I love thunderstorms. I had candles on, but the wind was coming through so bad and it was so dark. And I heard something snap outside. It sounded like a twig snapping, like somebody was outside. And I was writing a murder scene, a pretty intense, scary murder scene. And I just had candles lit, and I scared myself so bad that I had to jump up and go close the windows. um, there was a there was a reader who bought the book, she lived in Australia, and she wrote to me and said that the book terrified her so much that she couldn't let her husband work out of town on the weekends anymore. She told him she had to be home. Oh, when I was talking about the upcoming charity event. Oh, okay, cool. All right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means you're really new. You're really new. So thank you so much and welcome to the channel. And I am here for you guys. Whether you're new to trucking or you're looking to get into Prime or anything like that, you know, just because I'm a Prime driver, I've been driving for 9 years here at Prime and I really like it. And some people will say, oh, well, she drinks Kool-Aid. No, I'm going to tell you the truth. And DJ's in here. He's one of my students from a couple years ago. And, you know, and Hans has been with me for years. Dave right there, backyard chicken and outdoors. He's been with me for years. I post pay stubs. A matter of fact, I've posted some of DJ's pay stubs because he's a lot newer than me. It's not fair for me to post my pay stubs to a bunch of new drivers trying to get into trucking. Um, Hans says he looks just to see my different wigs. I almost wore the long brown one today, but it's really hot. Don't be deceived by her positivity. It can unalive you. Well, DJ's been with me. There's been a lot of talk lately about leasing, and leasing is a scam, and how dare you do this, and Prime screwing you. And DJ's been with me where the lease drivers themselves at Prime are the ones that push the lease. Like, it's not Prime. It's not the dispatchers. No dispatcher has ever called me up and say, hey, you have to go lease. And the same with DJ. He can say that in the chat for himself, but it's the drivers. And DJ's been with me, and these guys will just walk up because they know I'm a company driver, and they'll shove their phone in my face and say, look at how much I made. And then I like, yeah, okay. And I scroll down, and then DJ was DJ was texting somebody else one time while this guy's doing this to me, and he's texting in our Discord group going, here's another idiot Lisa trying to prove her wrong. This isn't going to end well for this guy. And then he walked away with his head down like this because he couldn't back up what he says, and I can, you know. You need proof of life of my cat. My cat is like, now the one Goofball, you were around when Goofball was here, and Goofball's been dead for a few years now, Marty. But the cat I have now, I don't even have a name for her. This is so sad. DJ laughs at me because I call her Cat. But one of my students was calling her Princess. Well, she never responded to the name that she came with from the rescue, and she didn't respond to Princess. And I was dating a guy for like a year and a half, and he was calling her Psycho Cat, and I just call her Cat, and I'll actually be like, "Move, Cat, move." I'm seriously considering Prime. I'm just getting my CDL, and that much training seems like a real positive thing. It can be. It's also depending on your attitude. It's also depending on the truth of the matter is there are great trainers out here in this world, and there are crappy trainers out here in this world. And unfortunately, it's kind of like a crapshoot, but it's also a matter of how you deal with it. Email me at truckingalongfun@gmail.com. That's truckingalongfun@gmail.com. And I'll hook you up with a good recruiter. I'll be there to answer all your questions. I can even put you on the phone with DJ, who's also a company driver, and we can sit there and tell you all the different positive things. And there are so many lies that people say about company drivers, and it's not even so much that they're doing it on purpose. They just don't know what they're talking about because everybody gets their information from somebody else, you know? Han says he's my favorite fan. Well, I'm his favorite YouTuber, so it goes back that way. She is the one YouTuber. The rest are copycats who does donations. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And it goes back to honestly, I never thought that I would be this old. You know how old I'm going to be in a couple weeks? My birthday's coming up, and I'm going to be old. And when I look back on my life, I'm like, wow, I had so many terrible things happen in my life. And I was on the phone with Wheel Burner Express last week when he was talking about doing this charity and giving me the the info and stuff. And I told him, I was like, I could have been a drug addict, I could have been an alcoholic, and I think that's one of the reasons why uh I got into community service when I was in my teens, and I got into politics when I was in my teens. I worked for a lot of different senators and state assembly people. I met the president of the United States. A lot of people can't say that. And it put me on a path where I wanted to do better. And that's one of the reasons why, like, when I was listening to this charity, the owner of this charity that's running it, when I was listening to him earlier on Will Burner Express's channel, I was just like practically crying. It really touched my heart how much they're doing for these kids and why this is such an important fundraising event. So, Chance, if you would please go over to that channel. They're giving away free merch from um, Snorlord and DIY Semi. They are both owner operators, so I like their channels because they're very educational. I get so many people, new people come in here and yeah, Jeffrey says every single new YouTuber is talking about the cameras or leasing, and I'm so tired of hearing about it. Yeah, but you know what? If part of that though is our topics wind up pushing our views. Go back and look. If I do a video about pre-trip, if I do a video where I'm trying to teach something that I care about, because DJ's in here, he was one of my students. He knows I'm passionate about training. That's actually why I started the YouTube channel originally, was because everybody was just bitching and moaning and complaining, and they weren't actually helping anybody. They weren't training anybody. They weren't teaching. And so that's why I started the channel. If I post a video about something like that, I'll get 300 to 400 views. If I post about these cameras, I'm getting 1,000 views in 24 hours. And YouTube algorithm pushes that stuff out. My issue with the whole leasing thing, and I'll say this and then I'll shut up about it because you don't want to hear about it, is that I have been saying the same things that they're saying now. I have been saying that since I walked through the door. Okay. When you put our paychecks side by side after all their expenses, company drivers usually make out better. And the reason is that by the time you add in our workman's comp, our health benefits, and 401k, we're ahead of them. Even the husband-wife teams, the husband-wife team company drivers make out better, and they can't get approved for mortgages. And if they get hurt, they're have issues. So there's a lot. And Han says leasing can be good if you lease to buy the truck, not just renting it. And that's a whole nother other thing that, like, owner ops will laugh at the lease guys and they'll say, ha ha ha, you never own your truck, you're just renting. The lease guys turn around and laugh at the owner ops and say, ha ha ha, you got a truck that in a couple years is going to be breaking down and costing you a lot of money, and I'm always in a brand new truck. The company drivers, and then both of them sit there and they laugh at the company drivers calling us stupid, and the company drivers sit there and go, huh, you have no idea, we're all making the same amount of money and we don't have any of your aggravation or your problems. And I hear these guys talking about, oh, my truck broke down, it's in the shop. And I go, ooh, free week off in a hotel. I'm getting paid breakdown pay of $175 a day plus a hotel, plus an Uber back and forth to the truck stop, to the truck. So there's a lot of different things. Can a prime lease driver use the load boards? No, they can't. As a matter of fact, on the A fleet, which is the advanced fleet that you run under your own authority, you are still dispatched through a prime dispatcher. So even under your own authority, you're not on a load board. Jeffrey says you have a dog in the fight with the camera. The certain ones I'm talking about don't have the camera and never leased, but want to tell everyone how to lease works. Yeah. The truth is I never leased either, but I actually went through all the pay stubs, all the settlements. I went through all the contracts. The contracts have changed over the years too. So one thing that happens is like you get somebody who is in training and their trainers had their truck for 2 or 3 years. When that person goes to upgrade and they go to sign the new lease, that might not be the same lease as their trainer. So instead of going to the people that actually know what they're talking about and asking questions and going to the departments that you need to have the answers from, they'll just ask all these other drivers. And it that just drives me nuts. Ha ha ha. If I was leasing, I'd want lighter boards, not the heavy ones. Saw a guy video yesterday where he was saying the prime lease was 6 years. Okay. And the reason is that the term lease means two different things. You can own a truck and be leased on for the freight. Okay. You're running under Prime's authority. That at Prime can be 6 years. The truck itself can't be more than 6 years old. Okay. But most people, when they say they're leasing, they mean they're paying on the truck, they're renting the truck. So the truck that I'm in right now, the guys that I drive for, they bought this truck in cash, but they leased onto Prime for the freight. So I think that plays a big part of it. There was one guy, Everly Trucking, I think it was called, and he was going off about the leasing, and he's been driving for 18 years and now he's working for Swift, and he was going on and on and on. But there was a lot of stuff he said in that video that wasn't actually accurate. And he made this video talking about, well, Prime is horrible, the lease sucks, but I was on my third truck. Well, what kind of a terrible freaking businessman are you that it takes you 3 trucks to realize it's a scam, if that's what you're trying to say? Scramble North, how you doing? Everybody, Everly, just there you go. There you go. Scramble North, people go subscribe to him. He's been a good subscriber of mine as well. And Scramble, you probably know that I've written books and I have published books, but um I'm giving the books away for free for the next few days in exchange for you to go and give a shout out or something about this charity fundraiser that we're doing. Wheel Burner Express is over on his channel live. So what we're doing is ForgottenAngelsOfFlorida.org. They are a charity organization that really, really helps kids coming out of the foster care system. Have you been over there to Wheel Burner at all? I don't remember seeing you over there, but I'm going to put a link up here. So that donate link right there, that donation is going directly to the organization. They are supporting, educating, and guiding and giving job skills to kids that are aging out of the foster care system. They don't ever turn their backs on them. Doesn't matter how old they get. They are actually teaching them how to deal with credit. They are helping them buy cars. They are helping them buy tiny houses. They ensure that they get mental health resources and therapies. They make sure that they have health insurance and things like that. They are teaching them welding and electrical work and stuff like that. And we kind of joked earlier saying you just never know. Chance, thank you so much. Go check them out. Tell them that I sent you. I really appreciate it. I really do. And thank you so much for becoming a subscriber. And make sure that you email me at truckingalongfun@gmail.com. I appreciate that. But that donate link I just posted, that link, the donations go directly to the organization. And the founders of the organization, the woman, she wound up coming out of the foster care system herself. So she's really passionate about it. They got 22 acres of land. They even are inviting truck drivers to come down, that the truck drivers could then educate the kids on getting what life is like and on the road and that sort of thing. So how many wigs do I own? I don't know. I wanna say about 8 or 9, 10, something like that, you know? After a while, they start to get, like, frizzy looking, so I either cut them or I throw them out. Oh, look, if you go over there, Snorlord. Snorlord is now over there shaving off his beard. Man, I wish that I knew how much money they were raising over there. Uh, I don't see a total yet, but I don't think I've ever seen Snorlord without a beard. My moderator bedroom voices are very intriguing. Maybe I should do this from now on. Is it intriguing or is it just giving you ideas? See, if I put the black screen on and I use that voice, I wonder how many can you see me without a wig? Well, I don't know. Would you go donate to them? Snorlord shaving right now over on Wheelburner Express. Go check out Wheelburner Express. Tell them I sent you too. Tell them I sent you. At least I think that's him. Yeah. But they got 9 guys over there shaving today. 9 guys. But you know, maybe I'll do that. Maybe from now on I'll do a podcast where it's a black screen so that you're not looking at me and you know, it comes across all nice and sexy. I don't know, would that get you to donate more to these children? Can you see me without a wig? I don't know. Hans, would you donate money if I took the wig off? How much do I donate for us to see you take it off? I don't know, guys. How much do you think that we should charge Hans for me to take the wig off? Oh, this is going to be funny because people are going to go back and they're going to. How much? Would you give me $50? Donate $50 to that link for me, and I'll take the wig off. Okay, that's better. Taking the wig off is better than me shaving my legs. That's funny because Scramble North went over there and said, "Oh, damn, you're really shaving." Thought I was lying. You think you would have just matched the donations instead of shaving off my head? Well, you know what? That's a little hard to do because we're trying to get to $10,000. And as of last night, they were raffling off cornhole boards that are handcrafted. They're $500 retail, and they were up to like $2,600 for them alone. So hey, Christian. Hi. Everybody, Christian is one of my dear, dear friends, and he used to work for Prime and then he went to a couple different companies. He is now an owner operator, and I'm so proud of him. He was supposed to be my first TNT, but he left me. So, but that's okay because I still feel like he's, my good friend. I can't believe Snorlord shaved everything off. I never saw him without a beard. But Christian, I don't know if I told you, but we are donating to kids today. I'm going to post this donation link again, uh, if you're willing. This link is going directly to the charity. It's not going to any of the YouTubers, but the link itself is keeping a tally of our fundraising efforts. So we're trying to get to $10,000. I give you $40 to shave my cat. Jeremy, I might be able to take that the wrong way. Mhm. Oh, I did? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I posted, and you know what, guys? Christian read one of my audiobooks that on Wheelburners Express's channel, they're giving away 10 of my audiobooks. So, Christian, which audiobook did you read? Was it Newborn Nazi? I think it was Newborn Nazi. So, that one was interesting because, and actually, he had it for years before he even read it. But that one was sort of loosely based on my family, where I had my grandfather's little brother was indoctrinated into the Hitler Youth. He was brainwashed. He became a lieutenant in the SS. Their sister was so horrified that she used the Catholic Church to get Jews, homosexuals, and gypsies out of Germany. And so I said what word on YouTube? Oh, okay. All right. All right. You guys got to tell everybody I did this because I'm going to trust Hans here. Okay. I got to use the headphones though because there's like feedback. But here you go. There, I'm taking the wig off. I'll even open up the doors for you. You can see all my gray hair. See, I'm getting old. Uh, all right. Are you happy? Uh, but Yeah, he read Newborn Nazi. So it was loosely based on my family, and my aunt was getting all the oh, thank you. Not with these gray hairs. Now I'm gonna have to go home and go get my hair colored. But make sure one of you guys go back and tell Wheel Burner Express that I did this. That was funny because he said, "Oh, well, maybe you should shave off your hair." And I said, "Well, I wear so many wigs, nobody would notice." But but you have more? You have more of my books? So so the newborn Nazi one, it was funny because when Christian read that, the last thing the last the epilogue over there, he called me up, and that's the one thing that everybody that read that book commented on. I couldn't believe this. I made it a whole spy novel. I have an assassination of a prime minister. I got people getting killed. I got girlfriends killing their fiancés and everything. Oh, you have Zodiac Killer? Okay. So Zodiac Lives is about the real Zodiac killer who was killing and was never caught. And so a little girl starts having nightmares, and her nightmares lead police to evidence of the Zodiac killing. Okay. So the Zodiac killer gets scared. It's 20 years later. He gets scared that somebody knows his identity. So he comes out of hiding and he starts killing again, trying to find out who knows who he is and who identifies with him. So for that reason, uh it when you read it, okay, every chapter you think you know who the killer is, and you don't. You don't. And people will keep calling me up saying people will come, I know who the killer is. And I'm like, no, you don't. But look at how I look so much like my mother. I do. I'm getting old. My birthday's in next week. And, I look like my mother. And it's a good thing my mother's dead because you know what? She would be so upset that I look like her. She'd be yelling at me about it and everything. But no joke, they're well written. If your audience doesn't know, you should tell them about your drive to fulfill your bucket list and all you've done, including these books. Oh, that's sweet. My email is truckingalongfun@gmail.com. It's truckingalongfun@gmail.com. Um, I did have a bucket list. I had a lot of things on my bucket list, and one of them was an Alaskan cruise, and one of them was getting involved with politics. And I actually wanted to become like a national campaign manager. I thought that I was going to become a lawyer, and I was always a good writer. So I wasn't really sure if I would be like a communications director for a campaign or something like that. But, but I did. I had a lot of things on my bucket list. Um, my mother was really the one that encouraged me to try to write a book. She told me to write a children's book. I took a course in children's literature. It is so hard to write a children's book. It's not just a matter of um it's not just a matter of, oh, okay, you write a story that's like a little bit more dumbed down. Kathy Bates in Primary Colors. Not exactly her, because she was a little bit crazy and she was in a mental hospital. And I don't think that I'm there yet, although probably one of the reasons why I stopped training, because if I kept training, I'd probably wind up in a mental hospital. uh, Thank you. Um, I didn't think that you didn't, Hans. You've given me so much money over the years. And look, he did. He sent me the link for the receipt. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And you know, Hans and I, we joke back and forth all the time, but he's always been a great subscriber. And so Hans wants me to shave my head to look like Sinead O'Connor. No. Although I don't know if I shaved my head if it would come back. Now that I'm getting older, it's ever since I had that surgery in 2018, my hair just came back so thin, and I don't know if it was medication I was taking or what. Um, but uh, you know, something about that Kathy Bates character. Did any of you guys watch Primary Colors, that movie? It was John Travolta plays a character that's basically uh, based on Bill Clinton, and his wife, who's quote unquote Hillary, uh, was Emma Thompson, the English actress. And I really liked the movie. That was a really good movie. But one thing that was sad was, oh, you thought that I didn't have any hair at all. Oh, okay. Well, now you're disappointed. But but and about the bucket list. So once I think what happened with that though was that I started with one story and then I started with another story, and I was like, well, I did short stories of like 100 pages or something, and I was like, I wonder if I could write a real novel of 320 pages or so, and I did. And then I just kept having stories come out of my head to the point where I wrote the last two books. I don't know, Christian, if you know this, but um the the newborn Nazi and Zodiac Lives, I wrote each of them in 6 weeks. And Zodiac it's really well written. I paid a lot of money to an editor to go through that and edit that. And so that one was like, all right, I have arrived. And something that was really cool with that was when it went on for sale, I was on like the top 100 like best thrillers list or something. And my book was right between James Patterson and an Agatha Christie book. No, David Baldacci. So I was right between David Baldacci and James Patterson. And I was like, yes, I have arrived. That's awesome. Were you married when you were writing the books? No, no, I already kicked him to the curb. You know, um, my husband was a nice guy, but he was stupid. That sounds mean, but um, and he was a really nice guy. We got married really young, and I knew he was never going to hit me. He was never going to drink, never going to do drugs, never do anything bad. But I couldn't really rely on him for a lot of things. He was really bad with money and things like that, and he really couldn't encourage me to do things. Um, I was going to school full time and then working full time, 70 hours a week at the post office. And then he was complaining that, I was never home. But then at the same time, he was complaining that the house was a mess. Well, I'm never home. So who's making the house a mess? And so we wound up splitting up, but it wasn't because, I hated him or anything like that. I don't feel that way now, but I wrote the books later. I wrote the books right before I came to the post office. And actually, it was after my sister died, and I really think I used it as therapy to deal with my sister's death. My sister was a drug addict. She had been using drugs since she was 12 years old. And in her 30s, they diagnosed her bipolar, which I found out later that often women in their like mid 20s to 30s that are diagnosed bipolar are actually schizophrenic. So by the time she turned 40, 41, her schizophrenic tendencies came out and she tried to kill me 3 times. So we were going back and forth um, through court appearances and stuff, uh, restraining orders and all kinds of things just to try to get her help. And it never worked. And the last time we were in court, she had tried to she attacked my one sister and she attacked me. And I said to the judge, look at the three of us because one of us is going to be dead. And I want you to remember our faces. And I really thought that she was going to try to attack me and I was going to have to kill her. I really believe that. Um, and it's a horrible, evil feeling, a desperate, guilt ridden feeling that that I couldn't help her. And on New Year's Day 2011, she wound up overdosing, and I seriously don't know if she did it on purpose or not. Um, it was her favorite holiday. It was her favorite day of the year. She always made, a point to go. Um, a lot of them self-medicate, yes, and that's what happened with her. I'm sure. But she had a lifelong partner that basically let her die. She overdosed, she seized, and he got up and got rid of the stuff. And before he called 911. So um Hans, the podcast Criminal is so good if you're into that drama. What is that, name of a book? Hans says, are you a fan of serial killers? Because I love listening to podcasts about serial killers, even though the justice system is way too lenient on them. Uh yeah. That was one thing that me and my husband used to fight over was books. I had literally 1,000 books all over my house, and they were mostly about true crime stories, serial killers, history books, a lot of biographies, a lot of serial killer books though. And one day he came home and he was so mad and he's like, you got books everywhere. There's books in the dining room. There's books in the bathroom. Like I had a stack of books next to the toilet. And so he told me I was going to have to get rid of some of the books if I couldn't find spaces for them. So I threw out my coffee table, my end tables, and I stacked books on top of each other as legs. And then I got glass tabletops and I made tables out of the books. And so uh oh, they said Dolly Parton over there. I thought they were talking about my wigs. Last night, it was kind of like, well, there's a couple things that make me similar to Dolly Parton. Sometimes it's my wigs, sometimes it's something else. Sorry to hear that. Me and my sister went 3 years without speaking, but we're good now. That's good. I appreciate that. Auction for signed Dolly Parton book going on now on Wheelburner's chat. Holy crap, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. Damn. Look at that. So that means we're doing pretty good with the fundraising, huh? I appreciate that. That's awesome. Yeah, Will Burner was saying last night, shave your head. And I said, well, I got so many wigs, nobody would notice. And he's like, oh, the only person I know that wears wigs is Dolly Parton. I'm thinking, no, most of these celebrities wear wigs. Most of them, you just don't know it. You think J-Lo really has a ponytail all the way down to her butt? No, no, it's fake. There are some that really look real, and a lot of people didn't know that I was wearing wigs until I said it. But let's go look and see. Yeah, but I really like my I really do like the Zodiac book. Um Uh-oh. He's never seen me so emotional. He likes this side of me. Uh-oh. Well, you know what's really funny? My mother told me she didn't realize that I was sensitive. And I was like, well, because I had a mother like you, I always had to be a witch. You saw me cry over my mother dying. What are you talking about? Oh, thank you. So Christian and Andy, oh, I appreciate Andy. Thank him so much. If you use the link, if you use that link, it goes directly to them, which means that you can use it as a deduction. Uh, so if you and I don't know how long they're going to be doing this, but that link gives this fundraiser credit, so they know where the money came from. Um, but and I think it's a really cool thing. Do I make any money from my books? No. Books are very hard because there's so many it's so much competition. People don't really read books as much anymore. I do have them as paperback, audiobook, and ebook. Um, when they first came out, I probably made $1,000 the first year. Uh, I did used to go to book signings, so if I did that and I went from place to place to place, I sold the books and made the cash right there. So I made a lot more money back then. Uh, but I will say this, I've sold them in every market of Amazon. So I had people in England writing to me, in Japan. Uh, originally, the books originally got started in a kind of naughty way where I had a boyfriend that was overseas in Iraq and he really liked. I told this story before, so Hans might remember, but he really liked sexy stories. And so I would write them to him. And he and I grew up together. It wasn't, but there were certain kinds of stories that he liked, let's put it that way. So that's what I did. I would email him a sexy erotic story every day or every other day or whatever. And so I was in a Facebook group, a secret Facebook group with women and girlfriends of the guys that were overseas, and they were saying, well, I don't know how to write this stuff, and my husband wants me to get sexual and I don't speak like that. I don't know how. So I just posted a couple of the emails and I said, here, just write something like that. Come up with something. And when it comes to guys, like, no offense, you're all horny. It's like, it doesn't take much to get a guy worked up, right? So you just say anything. I didn't expect them to copy my emails and give them to their husbands, and that's what happened. So 2 months later, I get a call from Iraq that says, "How the f did my men get my emails? And I know they're your stories because I know you're writing." And he was upset because these two guys wanted to go back home. They wanted to leave Iraq. They were threatening to go AWOL and everything to get back home because they thought their wives were cheating on them. And he put me on speakerphone, and I had to explain how this all happened. And the one guy said, "Oh dear, thank God. I am so glad that you're with my staff sergeant. And oh, by the way, those stories were really good. So you should think about publishing them." And I did. And when I did the first book, just saw a license plate that said XXX. When I did the first book, it was actually called 10 Shades of Blush, The Softer Side of Kink. And it was back when 50 Shades of Grey was really popular. But all the military guys were passing my link around. So I was making a lot of money off of the ebooks at the time. And then a Marine in Korea, he wrote to me and he asked me, "Do you think you could make an audiobook out of it? Because it would basically be 2 hours of phone sex for like $6 or $7. Totally worth it." So I did, and I found somebody who, I thought she had a sexier voice than me, and she had a better microphone than I had at the time, 9 years ago, 10 years ago, and so that's what started that. So after I did that first one and I learned how to do it, then I decided, okay, I'm really going to try this. So I wrote the story about the post office, and then I wrote a different story that went with that. And it just kind of built from there. But I just kept writing the books. And I think that each book, like if you read the originals and you're somebody that's really into stickler for the mechanics, you'll be disappointed with the earlier ones. But when you if you read Zodiac, if you like stories, the stories are good in the older ones. But if the Zodiac lives, the story is phenomenal and the mechanics of writing the book is phenomenal. So once I did that, I almost felt like I was just accomplished, And Christian asked about the bucket list earlier, and I this sounds terrible, but I once had a student that was she was so dangerous. She really was, and I couldn't sleep while she was driving, and I had her on the truck for 6 weeks, and I used to stop the truck for 3 to 4 hours a day just so I could sleep because I was up during her whole shift, and then I would have to drive 600 or 700 miles myself to make up for what she wasn't doing. So one night she was flying down the hills and I was exhausted, and I felt her flying down the hills, and I said, "I'm going to die tonight." And then I said, "Oh well, it's been a great life," and I rolled over and I went back to sleep. Um in the morning I realized that I didn't do my job. I really endangered us, and that wasn't good, and I shouldn't have allowed that, and, I really had to consider whether or not I wanted to train anymore, because some people really do not take this job seriously, and we need people. Mm, if I need any victims for that, let me know. Victim for what? You might not believe this when I tell you, but I actually was a phone sex operator for a little while. You wouldn't believe how that stuff worked either, because I would log in using a password on an old house phone that was plugged into the wall, and I could sign on anytime I wanted. And the guys would call and they would like push a menu system. So it would be like, you know, big busted blonde or 18-year-old, you know, Asian girl or something like that, and whatever specifics they wanted. And you know, so when it would come into my ear, it would actually say, "Once an 18-year-old blonde with large breasts," that kind of thing. So it it was kind of funny because they weren't all sexual. A lot of those guys were just lonely. A lot of times you got people who had been married for years and then they'd call and their wives were dead. Um, every once in a while I'd get a woman who would call, and she just sometimes just wanted to talk about wanting a woman that she never wanted before, and she didn't understand that. Someone got in a wreck in Arkansas doing a U-turn. Yes. Chad has done the U-turn, and did anybody see the prime driver that did the U-turn on the railroad track? That was not good. And Christian says, "Yeah, you should have a 4-hour phone call conversation with me." There you go. Come up with a 20-minute bedtime stories. Mm, if you're gonna do a U-turn, make sure you got plenty of room. Yes, you don't want to do it on a railroad tracks either. Not all the truck drivers use their brains. This is true. You want a 93-year-old lady to talk like that? Okay. Well, Marty, Marty, I just dropped my. I'll tell you what. I'll take my teeth out. I'll take my dentures out because then I'm gumming. It'll be so much better with the gums. I don't know how you'd have the patience to train OTR. I trained two guys at my local job in 2007. Never again. Yes, training is terrible. As a disclaimer, Prime does not approve of U-turns and they should not be done. This is absolutely true. Make sure you watch the rerun of this chat. Jersey took her wig off. Yes. Yes. Uh, it's funny. I'm looking to see what they're doing over there. Uh, but I want to see the video of the Prime driver. DJ, I posted it in the Discord group. It was all over Reddit, you know, and That's one of the things about these cameras that I was thinking that new people do a lot of stupid stuff. And I'm not saying that, going over and doing a U-turn on a train track. That train missed that guy by just a few feet. Just a few feet. Look, Hans is like, look, it only cost me $50 to watch her take the wiggle. I love you, Hans. So, Marty, what is it that you enjoy about 93-year-old women? Is it the Bengay smell? Is it the complaining about the aches and the pains? Is it the veins, the Syracuse? What the hell did I just say? Varicose veins, not Syracuse veins. Well, good. I'm glad. Uh, this is funny. No, oh my God. This is funny. Butterscotch candies or the diapers. Okay. Are you talking about the guys that call and want to be diapered? Because I did have one of those calls. That was really weird. The guy is going to get a call from safety for sure. Yeah, yeah. I don't know where that video came from though, so I don't know. It looked like it was like up on a pole or something. It looked like it came from the police or maybe uh you know the train company type of thing. It was a passenger train, and it must have been near our a 93-year-old with diapers. Okay. Thank you, Jim. And it seems like you just jumped in this chat, so I don't know if you realize what we're doing here, but Forgotten Angels is supporting foster kids, and what they do is after they age out of the system, they are giving them mental health uh, they're giving them mental health therapy. They're giving them education. They teach them real life skills. They live on a 22-acre property that they are actually teaching them to build tiny homes. They are helping them get vehicles. They're helping them get credit and teaching them money and jobs. And to be a part of it, they have to go to therapy and they have to have a job, and they are teaching them real life, real world experiences, but giving them guidance basically for the rest of their lives. Because the founders of this organization, and the money is basically it's basically completely going to the charity. They don't get paid. Where a lot of charities, the donation money goes to the administrative costs and the salaries. Like the Red Cross's CEO makes $430 million a year. You know, focus, Kirsty. You asked, what do you like about 93-year-old ladies? Well, come on. Squirrel, I go all over the place. After kids age out, they just release them into the wild with no life skills. It's a shame. Exactly. And this organization, ForgottenAngelsFlorida.org, this organization is basically giving them that guidance and giving them a place to always be able to call home. Um, so the one kid, he has a car, and they were talking about the engine blew up or something and he needed $400. He wound up coming back, and they were trying to, get him a way to find the car, budget the money, that kind of thing. And it was really interesting to hear some of the stories from some of these kids about these kids, because some of the kids, their credit was destroyed by their parents. My own mother, she opened up credit cards in my name as soon as I was 18 and I was working, and she would add me to her credit cards so that it would expand her credit limit. Now, I'm not saying my mom was evil. I'm saying that I think she thought she was helping me build my credit, but in the end, it really wasn't good. Uh, you jumped in late. Oh, thanks. Well, you too. And Jim, you know what? If you're willing and you're willing to share any of these links or anything, If you didn't know, I'm posting the link right here for you. You can download free copies of my ebooks. There are 4 ebooks that are up for free, and I'm just trying to give them out just as a way for people to, feel like they did something. But it really help if you share out anything on Facebook or anything about this charity. For $50, Kiersey took her wig off, so donate now. So none of the money goes to pay the people working there. Nope, they're all volunteers. They're all volunteers. None of the money from this charity goes to pay anybody. They're all volunteers, and it was started by a husband and wife. That the wife was the in the system herself. She was a foster care system herself, and so she met the man, and they just kind of did this. And it's amazing. Like, they're teaching them to build tiny homes. They're giving them classes in, like, electrical and car maintenance, and bills. And it's amazing that you know right now our school systems don't even teach people how to read maps. They don't teach people how to read cursive anymore. People don't even know how to sign their name anymore. you know I have to get a nap. You're an old person. All right. Mwah. Thank you, Hans. I love you. I appreciate you. Mm. You be safe too. And hopefully, I'm going to be home in a couple days. I really thought that I was going to get a load home already, but the load they gave me, it actually doesn't pick up till Monday. That sucks. So I have not slept. Honest to God, I have not slept, and I'm exhausted. And I had such a headache. I took like a 20-minute nap before I went and jumped in the shower and said I wasn't even going to come on live. I wasn't going to participate in this. I had already donated money. So I'm trying to see, like, they're over there auctioning off I think they're still bidding on Dolly Parton's book. Somebody just said that book is going to be worth $10,000 itself soon, especially after she dies. So they are saying it's an investment. Wow. Looks like it's up to $1,580 US dollars. Wow. Wow. Tolga's over there saying Jolene's one of his favorite songs. This is awesome. I love it. Because Christian and Hans and all, if you guys, oh, then you'll donate. What you said about the Red Cross CEO is why I quit donating. Exactly, exactly. And I've always given to charities, and I've done Toys for Tots over the years. I've donated a lot of my proceeds from this channel, my referral bonuses and all. Prime, we get really good referral bonuses, and I've posted the receipts over the years. I did Meals for Wheels, I did Toys for Tots, I've done my mother's favorite charity, St. Jude. So the past few years since she died, I've donated to St. Jude. But this was something that all of the subscribers on his channel voted for this one. This is and the more this guy talked, and he even invited the truckers there. So Jeffrey, if you're really going to donate, please use that link. I would appreciate that. I'll post it again. Um, if you post that link, it goes directly to the charity. And and it's amazing because he was just on he was just on their channel at Wheelburner Express, and he was telling all the good things, and he was walking around, and they were telling their stories, and they were telling the stories of the kids, and I was practically crying. Seriously. I was listening to it as I was trying to put my makeup on, and my wig that, Hans got me to remove. But and that link goes directly to the charity. It's not going to a YouTuber. So, it's going directly to charity, but it's tracking how much money we're getting today, how much money we're raising today. So, I'm trying to see. And they were also auctioning off the cornhole boards that were handmade. And so Those were handmade by one of the subscribers. He sells them for $500 a piece, and at $500 retail. Now, the money that I originally donated was for a chance to win those boards, and so I was going to just donate them back. So it'll either go to the kids, or if they want to sell them or auction them off or something, whatever. But you know, I just kids are something that are innocent, and people don't take care of kids properly. Hey, kitty cat. No, I said kitty cat, and she finally looked at me. What you doing? Why don't you come up here? People want to see what you look like. Hmm? She's looking at me like, I'm comfortable laying down here. Why you bothering me, lady? I didn't even know that you knew my name. But uh, the post office, we used to have a list of different charities we would give to. Yeah, and guys, they're all saying don't go to the Cash App for the donations because then it's not being counted with the rest of the money. So, you know, if somebody was going to Cash App me, then I would like Hans earlier. What did he give? I think he gave $10 or something. So I'll probably add. Yeah, he gave me 20. So I'll add $20 back to that. Um, the problem with trying to do the thing here is uh on the lives, like what Hans usually donates to me through the live chat, the super chats, is that YouTube like takes like 30% of that. Uh, yeah. So I'm trying to add my $20 from. Oh, look at that. Huh. No, it's not gonna let me Cash App it. But you guys can sit here and watch me do this because uh, you know, because I always try to be really transparent. So the $20 that Hans gave me earlier as a super chat is what I'm sitting here putting on my credit card right now to that direct link. And then this way, I want to see if it's going to give me a. Okay, so it just gave me uh it gave me a receipt. So I'm gonna snip this, and I will save this so I can post it on my community page or stick it in a video later because it's not gonna let me add it here. I'm saving that receipt as 20 Hans. But yeah, that way nobody can say that I'm hiding something or all that. We're all truckers, I assume. I have the signs on our trucks, Truckers Against Sex Trafficking. I hate to bring it up, but there's some scary numbers on foster kids who age out and go into sex work. Absolutely. Skeletor, how you doing? Heavy rain in Central Mass. How are you? Yeah, I am live and I am doing a fundraiser. Did you see that crap. When I did that it moved the link. But crap. Well, anyway, so we're doing a fundraiser, a multi-channel fundraiser here, and it is mostly truckers. It is mostly bikers. Also, bikers and truckers got together on multi channels. To our goal is $10,000 to raise for Forgotten Angels of Florida, which is forgottenangelsflorida.org. Um, we are raising money because they are taking care of foster kids who age out of the system. They are educating them. They are getting them life skills. They are helping them buy things such as property and cars and getting jobs. They're getting them therapy. These are kids that were abused. These are kids that lost their parents due to no fault of their own. That they were telling us earlier that the founders of this organization, the woman grew up in the foster care system herself, so they don't turn kids away. Um, I was crying. I was so emotionally uh, moved. Let's just put it that way. I was moved. So, um, if you are willing, you have to use the link up above. Uh, And because I went and made the donation, it's not letting me go back to the original link. Ugh. But that link that I posted in the chat, if you go up and it says buy.stripe.com, that goes directly to the organization. It is not going to a YouTuber. You don't have to worry about any of us stealing your money or anything. It's going directly to the organization. So if you're willing, share that out on your social media so that this fundraiser gets the credit for the money that's being donated. And we were talking about my books. I put my ebooks are free this week for the next 4 days. And I'm doing that because I'm trying to encourage everybody to, share, and just for popping in here and hanging in with me. I really appreciate it. Christian's a biker and a trucker. And that was something that we were saying on Wheelburner Express. Wheelburner is from Canada, and Snorlord and DIY Semi are over on his channel on Wheelburners, where they were giving away merch. They have an auction going on for a book written by Dolly Parton, an autographed book, and it looks like it is still going. It is still going. So, I think they're up to $1,900. That's amazing. Woohoo. I didn't know they were doing that. If I would have known that, wow. Uh, Dolly Parton is one of my favorites growing up. Yeah, Jeffrey says that these kids have nobody and nowhere to go, so it's really easy for them to fall into the crack. It's really sad. And we mentioned earlier about drug use, self-medicating. I was talking about my sister, and a lot of these kids, that's what they're going to do. They're going to self-medicate. They also become sexualized because a lot of them are sexually abused. And one of the things that happens is if you're abused when you're young, you think that the promiscuity is a way to get love, and you're always trying to go and do that. So then they become promiscuous and they wind up sex workers, or even just in their own relationships, they can't really connect the right way, or they're trying to still use the sex for the attention and the love. And then before you know it, they have all kinds of sexually transmitted diseases. So this is an amazing organization. I couldn't believe it. And I now every year, Wheelburner Express, this is the second year that they did this, where they're shaving their beards off, they're shaving their head, and it won't happen to be a pop-up book of Dolly Parton, would it? Wow. So you want a 93-year-old pop-up of Dolly Parton with a sexy bedroom voice. Hmm. Lord knows she'll probably live to be that long too. She's got so much plastic surgery. God bless her. I wish the hell I could afford to look like her. One thing about Dolly is like she is so real and she is so cute, you know, and some she was saying that when she was a kid, she saw this woman that was kind of like the town hooker, and she was flashy, and they would sit there and say, "Hey, uh, you know, um, she's trash. She's flashy. She's trashy." And she says, "But that's what I want to look like when I grow up." Uh, and she looks the way she does now, and she says, "Oh well, it takes a lot of effort to look like this. It takes a lot of money to look like this. A lot of time." Poke what? What do you want me to say? You're a biker and a trucker, and okay, and Christian has you know a love for Mustangs like I do. hmm I appreciate him and his Mustang. But Skeletor, what have you been up to lately? What have you been up to? Uh-oh. I don't know what they're doing over there. Yeah, somebody said dead stars are worth more. Yeah, a lot of times they are. Yeah. Oh, correcting previous sentence. Oh, okay. I didn't get that. So heavy rain in central Massachusetts. Uh, you're not out playing in the rain. I kind of wish it was raining here because it's 100 degrees. And it's 100 degrees, and I got the truck running because of that. The APU doesn't really want to keep up right now. And the cat, she's now laying on my foot. I was trying to get her up here so you guys could see her, but she's shy today. But anyway, so yeah, so the Will Burners Express's channel, all of his subscribers were the ones that decided to um pick they voted on the charity, and they want to do this every year. This is his second annual. I think that I will probably join in with them because it is so much more fulfilling to know that we're really making a difference when everybody comes together. And, you know, most of us can't afford things right now, but when you think about it, and I said this earlier, if just don't go get your truck washed today. Don't buy that $2 or $5 cup of coffee or whatever it is. I just had a $5 bottle of water, you know. Hell, my cat drinks the $5 bottles of water, you know. She gets cans of food for $2 a can. So i- if I would do that for my cat, why can't I come up with money for a kid? A kid who's unwanted, and for the first time in their life, they have somebody that wants them, that wants to help them. Um, Yeah, I'm really emotional today. Maybe it's because I'm getting old. My birthday's next week. I'm getting old. I remember I was in Corning, California, and the APU crapped out at 112-degree heat. Jesus, that was a hot day. Yep. And DJ that was in here earlier, if he's still in here, he's been having some APU issues, and it hasn't been good. So everybody got to take care of themselves. One thing that really sucks when that happens, you can tell the company drivers from the owner ops, because all the owner ops, they don't want to be out here idle in the truck, so they all go inside. And that's smart of them. I get it, because they don't want to be spending the fuel money, but that means you can't sit down anywhere. You can't get a shower. Um, you can't, Denny's is ridiculous. You can't get in there and sit down. Okay. It looks like they still didn't get to their 10,000, but I'm trying to see. They did wind up making a payment. Humberto said, I'm gonna shave my head and donate $200. Huh. I don't see what the final price was on that Dolly Parton book. I think it was $1,900. I think it was $1,900, so that's kinda cool. Okay, so we talked about you know what? So Christian is an owner op, and Christian was originally a prime driver and he was a company driver, and then he went and bought a day cab. So Christian, you got any kind of you know, advice for anybody that's going to be watching and might decide that they want to go become an owner op? Because one thing that happened with Christian, um, he had some good loads. He's in a day cab, so he had a load that would get him home. And during COVID, it was paying really, really good money. And then later, they cut it in half. And then later, they tried to cut it in half again. And it was just like, wow, like, just to do that load to try to get him home, it would actually cost him money. And these are the kinds of things that happen in trucking that nobody talks about. Ask questions. He's a wealth of information. He is. He is. We talk about all kinds of things about like the customers and the contracts and building relationships with those customers and the changing market and trying to stay afloat and his equipment is paid off. And what's your operation cost right now? Isn't it like $1.70 or something a mile? Something like that with paid off equipment? And how do you feel about any kind of changes going on with the insurance? Like in Jersey over there, uh what area am I in right now? Me, I am in Illinois. Christian is in Pennsylvania. So, but over in New Jersey they're changing the laws with the insurances. So, it's going to cost owner ops a lot more. I'm going to close this just because. Okay, so $1.52 to $1.63 a mile on 1,000 miles. Okay. He's 40 miles above Philly, and that was something that was funny because we met at Prime, and we were looking at each other, and he's like, "I know you." And so he says, "I'm from Pennsylvania," and I said, "I'm from Jersey," and, I'm from right outside of Philly, and, it was really interesting. And he's like, "How do I know each other?" And we're naming all these different things. And here he knew me from truckingtruth.com where I had my picture up. So he didn't have his picture up, so I didn't recognize him. 1.5 million minimum insurance on general liability. Yeah, but did they do that in Pennsylvania? It's just New Jersey right now, right? Operating cost slides with the miles that you drive. Mm. But what are the average loads going for now though? 'Cause I don't know, I would imagine they can't be too good. So, Big Orange Pumpkin is over there saying he'll shave off his beard for 200, but if somebody does 500, he'll do his hair. That I don't wanna do, but I'll do it for 500 bucks. We even have somebody from England in that chat over there, that's really cool. Just Jersey, okay. Well, they're talking about making that national, and when they make that national, it's really gonna cripple a lot of people, especially over in California and Jersey with that AB5 type of thing, so yeah, what's the total so far? That's what I wanna know. That's what I wanna know. Because they were at, like, $2,600 last night, so I run my truck for $5 to $6 a mile, all miles right now on customer contracts. We always talk about equipment utilization, daily average, and CPM. Yeah. Okay, so they're waiting for the update for the total of the money. Mm, that'd be really amazing if they actually hit 10 grand today. Um, I told you that I booked that load for 700 $700 on 7 miles. YouTube clickbait. I could have made a video on $100 a mile. Well, and that's what happens like on YouTube, you know. It could happen one time and then everybody makes a video about it, and then the next thing you know, all these new people, they think that's the norm. And that happened with COVID coming in, and people came in here and they thought that getting $5 a mile was normal at Prime, and it certainly wasn't. And then they want to go and they want to build their whole thing around that. Right, that's not the whole story because it wouldn't pay the bills, exactly, exactly. So, but okay, so who else is in here? Everybody's quiet now. I know I only got 9 people in here, but, you know, Jeffrey says, "Christian, do you run local?" Yeah, he's in a day cab. He's super local. He's in a day cab, but for a little while, he was thinking that maybe he should have gotten the sleeper to run like a regional every once in a while type of thing. But you rent your trailer though. You don't own your trailer, right? 62,000 miles last year. Wow. Yeah, that's super local. Oh, wow. Flippin' the Blue Mule in the other chat says that he was one of those kids and that's why he always makes it a point to help. Wow. I think we're all one of those kids. Oh, you own your own trailer now. Woo! Hey, trucker little Debbie, how you doing? I know we haven't talked in a while, but things have been kind of crazy with me. Um, but we're doing this charity event. If you get in on it, that would be awesome. Um, so what's happening is we're getting together with a couple other channels that are doing donations for an organization called Forgotten Angels. I'm gonna post that link. Wait, I don't know why it did that whole. It did the wrong thing. Crap. But anyway, so another channel who's based in Canada got together with some American channels, and there is an organization in Florida that they help guide, counsel, and provide life skills to kids that were in the foster care system. And because of that, uh, this is, hold on, I want to give you a link where it donates it directly to the organization. And then that way you're not actually giving any money to YouTubers or anything like that. You do it directly to the organization. And while using this link, it actually will document. Here we go. There we go. So if you use that link right there to go make the donation, it is going to apply that money to this fundraising event. We set a goal for $10,000, and the guys are on the other channel that I have there that's Wheelburner Express. They are giving away some free merch. I know that I had given you one of my books before, my audio book. But I set all of my ebooks for free. So if you want to go down and download my ebooks. You've been looking at moving to PA. The fuel hauling jobs there pay very well. Okay, so Dirty Broke 215 is somebody 215, which is actually a Philadelphia area code. If you check him out, he works for Loves, which is hauled by Gemini, I think is the company, and he does really good. I don't want to know the insurance costs of fuel. No, I bet not. But for those of you who don't know, Trucker Little Debbie was named as the company driver of the year here at Prime last year. I don't know. Was it for 24 or 23? Because they seem to do it like in March or something. So usually they announce it from the year before. But she got company driver of the year, which is awesome. Oh, Chasing Andrew Jackson works for them. Okay. Yeah, Dirty Broke 215. He's interesting because he was a company driver who then bought a truck and became a fleet owner. And then he had fleet, and then he decided, oh, this isn't worth it. He was spending all of his home time trying to fix the trucks and things. So now he hauls fuel for Loves, and he makes $100,000 a year or more. So that's pretty cool. Checked out his channel yesterday when you posted his live from Yes, he's from Philadelphia area, a little bit outside of Philly. So he's a good person to contact. I don't know where in PA are you looking at. But Debbie, so back to this organization, Forgotten Angels Florida.org. You can check them out. He was at, it, they are taking care of foster kids that are aging out of the system, and it's also special needs children that they're working on too. It's not just foster kids, or perhaps they're foster kids that have special needs. But in any event, they are educating them. They are giving them life skills. They are giving them housing. They are teaching them how to deal with credit and applications. And they have to maintain a job, and they have to go to counseling in order to stay in the program into their adulthood. But it's 22 acres of property. They are being taught things like, plumbing and electrical and things like that, and car maintenance, and uh, you know, they're being guided, and they feel like they have a place to come back to. So so that would be really cool. And if you go and you share out that link, that would be awesome, because that goes directly to the organization. It's not coming to a trucking company. It's not coming to a trucker. It's not doing that. But we set a goal for 10,000. I didn't set a goal. Will Burner Express on YouTube set a goal. He is a owner op out of Canada, and he got together with some of the other owner ops. And so when I found out about this, I was like, well, how can I get involved? Well, I could give you free audiobooks. I could give you free ebooks and things. And we don't all have the same subscribers. So I figured, as people have been jumping in here, I really haven't had a lot of people in here because I keep telling them, go over to Wheelburner, and I'm kind of just driving people over to him. Or if, you use that link there, then that's good. But so Debbie, where are you today? Mhm. I knew that wasn't gonna last long when I saw he was working for. I worked up there for about 5 years, and the company he was with is garbage. You're talking about chasing Andrew Jackson? Oh, okay. I never even watched his channel before. Somebody just brought it up the other day. I never watched them before. These guys over here are still shaving their beards and mustaches and everything. It's so funny. It's amazing what hair and beards will do. Taco truck lover 99. You think they hit the $10,000 founder chipped in? I don't know because it looked like they raffled off the book for 2,000 and we were up to 2,600 yesterday. So, you saw, yeah, this might sound mean, but I'm going to be honest with you. I really never really watched owner op channels just because I really Uh, when it comes to trucking, I don't wanna watch a trucking channel that's just gonna teach me what I do every day or just show what I do every day. There are some people that love that stuff, and I don't, you know? Um, and I really never cared about becoming an owner op, so I really didn't care about watching those type of channels. Although somebody that I do. Oh, they hit $11,010. $11,010. That is so awesome. So we went $1,000 above what the goal was. Wow, that's amazing. This is awesome. Yeah. And so last year they wound up raising 6,800. So having 11,000 is amazing. I don't watch interrupt channels. Good thing I never created one. Well, you know what? Let's put it this way. I've watched Snorlord. Um, I think Snorlord has a lot of really good information, and he did an amazing video. He did an amazing interview with a broker recently, and they were talking about all kinds of things. I think I told you this. Um, check phone. Wow. Okay. Yeah. You just sent me the image of them saying that they made the money. Is that what you were trying to do? They're still going though. So as long as they keep going, uh, as long as they keep going, I'll just stay on and just keep talking. But if I said why I don't watch them, I would have no choice but to be mean. So I'll just be quiet. Yeah. But but Snorlord had this amazing broker video. And it was like 2 hours, and I sat there and I listened to the whole thing. It was so informative about um it wasn't just the way the brokers book loads and they deal with the truck drivers and it was also about the insurances that like Progressive is cheap but they don't always pay the claim and he talked a good 15-20 minutes about the way that a lot of these cargo thefts are created in these rings that um crossing borders and stealing things that can go across borders easily and can't be tracked, especially drinks. He was talking about how certain drinks are not sold in other countries, so those are the ones that people really want the most. And they would they would like watch. It was really something that we should watch. I think all of us should watch because um, we don't always pay attention. We don't always pay attention to the things around us and who's watching. But he was given an example of, say, a driver goes in every Wednesday at 1 o'clock to go pick up a dedicated load. Okay. They'll be sitting outside and they'll see what companies are going in, and they'll look to see if it's the same truck number all the time. So they'll go 2 hours early or 3 hours early on Wednesday the next week with the decals from that trailer and that truck. And then they'll go in and say, oh man, he's on vacation this week, or he got sick, or whatever. Um, and, you know, before you know it, this guy drives away with the load. And then the real driver comes in a few hours later. Marty still wants to see my kitty cat, and she's being so comfortable. Come here. Hold on. I'll see if I can get her up. Come here. She's looking at me like I'm nuts. Come here. Come on. Come on. Yeah, Deb, guess what? Somebody paid me $50. Well, didn't pay me, paid it to this charity for me to take my wig off. Look, here's the cat's toy. Maybe she'll come up. Come on. She's looking at me like, what the hell? What the hell? Hey, Bryson, how you doing? You blew a trailer tire. Uh-oh. Well, Bryson, we're doing a charity fundraising event, and so we're kind of doing this in conjunction with Wheel Burner Express. And those guys are over there shaving off their beards and their hair and everything. And so uh let me post this link. If you're willing to donate, doesn't matter, even a couple bucks, $5, whatever, this link goes directly to the charity. Okay, it is not going to me. It is not going to a channel or YouTuber. It goes directly to the charity through the fundraising project of Wheelburner Express. You'll see that on the link. This organization supports and helps kids that are aging out of the foster care system. It teaches them, it gives them health, it gives them mental health, it gives them therapy. It's giving them education as far as life skills, teaching them how to gain credit and deal with financing, and helping them to build even tiny houses on the property. They always have a place to live. They've even offered to have the trucks. Oh, okay, cool. So Bryson sent a super chat. Thanks. I didn't even see that. Well, then guess what? I'm gonna go donate that $20 over here. And I did this earlier for somebody else. Maybe since I already did it. Oh, come on. Now it's trying to send me an email code. But but you've been with me long enough to know that you know, I'm gonna sit here and donate this. I'm gonna do the receipt. Okay. I'll put the receipts up in a video because Hans gave me $20 earlier, and then he went and donated $50 directly. And now your $20, I'm just going to add in. So I already did that. See, Debbie said she'll shave her legs if they hit 12,000. You know what, Deb? That's exactly what I said. Originally, they asked me if I would shave my head, and I said, "Well, who the hell would notice? I wear the wigs, right?" And the guys were like, "You wear wigs? Yeah. I mean, come on. You think one day I have my hair up to here, and the next day it's like 3 feet long?" And thank you, Bryson. But I'll post it anyway. But so that's what I said to them. I said, well, my legs are so hairy. I look like a Sasquatch right now. I don't even want to show them. That would be gross. Like everybody freak out. But I used to go wax. Well, see, that goes back to our money isn't as good as what it was before, you know? So I'm not I'm not getting my legs waxed like I used to, you know? I mean, would you believe that like it's ridiculous how much money you wind up spending um just for wax. I think it's like $1,200 a year to do my eyebrows, my underarms, my legs, and some other body parts, you know? And if you get any more super chats, just wait to the end, tally it to be one donation with the receipts. Yeah, I know. But I usually don't get a lot of super chats. That's the truth. There are some people that really pander to it, and I was never one of those people, you know. But it's true, like, my legs are so hairy, I look like a Sasquatch, and DJ was in here earlier. He's always on the hunt for Bigfoot, and I'm like, "Little did you know your trainer is, like, descendant of Bigfoot." Like, super hairy right now. But, so, Bryson, you blew a tire. How long you been sitting on the side of the road, man? And you're in Tennessee. I haven't been in Tennessee. Well, I was, but I wasn't on 40. Cookville's over on 40, isn't it? So I wasn't on 40. Like, I'm in Illinois now. I pick up a load on Monday to take it back to Springfield. And I was hoping I could go pick it up early because today's Saturday, right? Today's Saturday. They have me picking up on Monday. And I'm only 500 miles from home. Like, come on, man, get with the program. Hmm? Somebody just sent me an email. Yeah. So Will Burner's wife, she popped on over and said thanks for everything and thank you to the audience for trying to come over and participate and everything. So this is cool. This is cool. The cold storage in Laverne or whatever, I was there a lot. Yeah. Debbie's headed to New Jersey. Ew. So Bryson limped to the Loves. Yeah, well, you limp to the Loves, you must have duals. If I tried to limp in a super single, it ruined my stinking rim. But then again, company driver, who cares? Um, of course, with this camera now, I don't know if the thump, 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 thump or something would shake the whole damn trailer. But that cold storage in Laverne, yeah. Uh, I haven't been there in a while. I haven't been there in a while. Some of the places I've been going to lately have been really good, though. Easy backing, you know. I just did a load that was really cool from Oregon all the way down to Florida, and I got down there and it was a good customer. And man, I can't believe they hit $11,000. That's awesome. Yeah. So Debbie, did you ever wind up listening to that audiobook? Because Christian Christian did. Christian didn't. No. I gave you Zodiac Lives. Come here, kitty cat. What you doing? Come here. I'm trying to get the cat up for Marty. Come here. Come here. Psst, 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 psst. Come here. If I get the cat up, Marty, would you go donate 20 bucks? Come on. Come on. Psst, 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 psst. Uh-oh. Where's your stick? She's got a toy. That's what I had on the. Oh, it's all the way on the other side. Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Psst, psst, psst. Look. Look. Where'd it go? Look. Come here. Okay, look, there's the kitty cat. There's the kitty cat. I hope Marty's still here because she doesn't like being picked up, to be honest with you. Look, see, she's going to try to run away. Aw. Oh, look at all that hair. See, she's shedding too. A driver was so angry at them, they pooped right in front of the steps. What? Ew, that's gross. Okay, I'm gonna do this. What? You're okay. You're okay. Let me see if I can move the camera down a little bit. There. Oh, cat. Look, see. So she made an appearance for a whole 2 seconds. And she's like, what do you want from my life? And look, I got hair all over me now. I can't wait to get her home. I'm going to brush her like for 10 days or a week. I'll brush her. Man, I went and got one of those blue air guns, blue air gun that you blow out everything. Oh my gosh, it broke. Like it won't the connector won't stay in the hose on the seat, right? And I keep trying to get it to like blow everything out. So I went and bought a new one thinking that it was just the connector or something on the gun portion, and I don't know if it's the connector on the seat portion. So like I didn't feel like disconnecting it. With my luck, I disconnect it and then I wouldn't be able to put the tubes back together. And before you know it, I keep losing air in my air tanks. And then I have to explain, see, this is the part of being a company driver that you're just like, all right, I'll just take it into the detail shop and they're gonna fix it or whatever. But when you're on a truck that somebody owns, then you just can't do that because then you feel built guilty. But why the heck would somebody poop on their front steps unless they just didn't let them use the bathroom? Does that place have restrooms? Hmm. I'm still watching. They're still over there shaving. Oh wait, here's somebody else that got a cat that doesn't want to play nice and be on TV. Like, come on, kitty cat. Mhm. All right, Bryson. So you limped to the Loves, and now you're waiting for them to replace the tire. Like, do they have a time of how long it's going to be? Logic Neo. Hi. Hi Neo. Thanks for coming in. Uh do you know what we're doing here today? Um I'm going to post this link. So this link is going directly to the charity. So we are kind of latching on. I'm kind of latching on to Wheel Burner Express, and I'm keeping this live open because uh I am trying to direct people over to his live. They are doing their second annual shaving fundraiser. So they set a goal of $10,000. We have already met that goal. We are at 11,000 right now, but they are still continuing to do fundraising. The money itself, if you use that link, it goes directly to the charity Forgotten Angels Florida.org. So this is a charity run by a woman and her husband that the woman grew up in a foster care system. They have 22 acres of land where they house these kids that are transitioning out of foster care. They help them with jobs, they help them with mental therapy, they help them understand life skills such as credit and getting them tiny houses and cars and education and just really providing them a resource for life. And I was listening to this guy talk and this woman talk about all the things that they do and the stories of the kids, and I was, like, really crying this morning, I'm not lying, like, my makeup was running down my face and everything. And look, yep, my real hair, because if you know Hans Google, he paid $50 to the charity to, for me to take my wig off, so that was a big joke, and he'll probably replay that 3 or 4 or 5 times, so, Neo, feel free to go take that and just edit it and keep scrolling, scrolling, scrolling if it's gonna make people donate money, but Wheel Burner Express is from Canada, he's an owner-op, and Snorlord and DIY Semi got together and they offered merch over on their channel, over on Wheelburner Express's channel, and I gave him permission to go give away 10 of my audiobooks. I put my ebooks for free. So they just auctioned off a signed copy of a book of Dolly Parton's and an autographed copy. So they made a lot of money from that, which is really cool. And so this has really been something that I like. We're all having really bad times, but it's like 25, $30 just to eat at Denny's now. It's $5 for a bottle of water. My cat eats $2 cans of food. It's $50, 45, $50 to wash your truck. Don't wash it once this week and donate the money. You know, there are a lot of kids in this country, in this world that are, um, yes, that is the same logic Neo. Neo is new here in every place he goes. Logic Neo, new. Ha ha ha. What's funny? Neo, I don't think a lot of people understand that. You make that joke and say I'm new here. I don't think they ever get that that's what you're saying. But yeah, I put in like $160 for these cornhole boards games that they got one of their subscribers to make these handcrafted boards. They sell them for $500. So uh I think they said there was like 30 of us or 25 of us or something that were all competing for them. And most of us just said we were going to donate it right back. So the organization could take them and maybe they can sell them or raffle them off, or maybe they could use them for the kids or whatever. But, you know, um, a lot of these kids have mental health issues. A lot of them have drug issues or just really bad relationship issues. And it takes some really caring people and very patient people to deal with that. The organization is all volunteers. They don't get paid, which I think is amazing. Uh, Bryson says, did a vacation at Dollywood 2 weeks ago. Had a great time. Stayed at Dolly's Heart Song Resort. Beautiful place. I've never done that. I was thinking about doing that. Thank you for the tip. In all honesty, how much did it cost, really? Because that resort sounds expensive. And let's face it, my bougie butt will be like in the jacuzzi suite, probably paying $2,000 a night. And Christian over there, we were talking yesterday and, saying that I'm a little pampered and I'm a little spoiled, which kind of makes me feel bad because, these kids that don't have anything, and maybe that's why I'm more sensitive to trying to donate because, if you know my background at all, um, I grew up fairly poor in a house that, had 2 bedrooms and 5 kids, and we shared 3 beds between the 5 kids, and we didn't have hot water. We used to boil water on the stove. We our pipes broke that went to the washing machine, so you'd have to run a garden hose from the sink into the washer just to wash clothes, and then when it went to the rinse cycle, you had to go do that again. And people don't realize that, they see me and they think, "Oh, you're so positive. You never had anything bad happen in your life." No, I had bad things happen in my life. Life was tough. And so now, like, when I came into trucking and I paid off my debt and everything. And, yeah, I spent a lot of money. I'm not going to lie. But I don't have any kids and I'm not married and I don't have any responsibilities. So, um, it's not so much of a big deal for me to go give a few $100s or something away. Purple mattress for the truck and Dyson vacuums is Kiersey's. I know. Is the Kiersey I know. Actually, not the purple mattress. The mattress I have is a Beauty Rest Black, C class, ultra plush Euro pillow top that is 18 inches thick. And yeah, that's my mattress. And it was $4,000. I got it on clearance for 1,900. I've had it for years. I love it so much that that's the same mattress that I wound up going and getting for my apartment when I moved to Springfield. Except for the one in my apartment also has a adjustable platform, a massager, and these night lights that go underneath the bed. Same price as the purple mattress? Yeah, I don't so who in here uses the purple seat, the purple cushion? Because I just didn't like it. To me, it just seemed like it slipped all around, and I don't know. I kept throwing it away, like throwing it across. I don't even I'm sure I must have had 2 or 3 of them, and one of my students complained so much about her back and her butt that I went and bought her one, and it was like 70 or $80. And then she complained about that. And people they kinda downed me a little bit because they were like, "Well, you know, you're 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 complaining that she's complaining. She's in pain, she's in pain." I'm like, "No, this chick complained about everything." I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if she was in pain or not. She'd be complaining about something else. So, not exactly the same. It is still 102 degrees here. Yuck. Bryson, what's the temperature where you're at? And Taco Truck Lover, where the heck are you right now? Where are you? Mm. So, anybody been watching what was going on in New Jersey? Like me and Christian talked about that a little bit, and I know I talked about it earlier with other people. Like, I don't know. I think we've been online now for like 4 hours or something, maybe three, something like that. I uh I think I came on after they did, so um but I figure, well, I'll just stay on as long as they're on and keep directing people over there. Keep trying. 91. 91 is better than 103. Man, I can't wait till I get home so I could go swimming. That's what I want to do. I'm going to go jump in the pool, even though I don't want anybody to see me in the bathing suit. Maybe I'll get like this really long dress type of cover up. Like, I never understood why people did that though. You know, like, why would you they spend like $100 or $200 on a bathing suit and then they wear this long t shirt to go jump in the pool? Well, why did you bother then? Why didn't you just get a cheap bathing suit from Walmart or something? You know, but the cat's still looking at me like, what the hell did you bother me for? I know you're talking about me. I get it, but I'm comfy down here. I'm not moving. Bryson likes the purple seat cushion. Okay. Yeah. So Bryce, in New Jersey, and I posted this on my one of my community tabs, that in New Jersey, the congressman in my old district has a brother who is a lawyer who basically wrote this tax credit law, okay, and really pushed for it. His law firm was was the one that drafted it. Then their other brother, who is a Democratic powerhouse, that they call him the Kingmaker, and that he has so much power in the city of Camden. He was involved in all this racketeering and extortion. And so there were 6 people indicted on, I think, 13 charges. And they are calling it the Norcross Enterprise. criminal enterprise, and that one of these guys in this criminal enterprise is the CEO of NFI Trucking. So one of the one of the perks that NFI got was they moved the headquarters into one of these buildings in Camden, in the city of Camden, to get these tax breaks. But they only got them and that development because they strong armed, coerced, and blackmailed and did all kinds of extortion tactics to get that property and to violate these easements and stuff. So it's really interesting, and it's dragging up a murder mystery from like 10 years ago. That murder was a wife was stabbed, and they accused the husband of stabbing her, and then he set the house on fire, so they both died. It was a murder suicide, is basically what they said. And they really didn't investigate it, but it turns out, lo and behold, 10 years later, somebody's like really trying to investigate it now. And it turns out, no, it actually had additional DNA. They never found the knife that supposedly stabbed the man because they claim that he tried to stab himself. Like, who's going to try to stab themselves to kill themselves? That makes no sense. Do I have a pool? Well, I have a pool at my apartment complex. Yes. I have a cleaning lady and I have a cat sitter too. My cleaning lady was supposed to be there yesterday and clean my apartment, so I hope it's all nice and clean. P.S. Godson, hello. Thank you for the channel of coming into the channel. Yeah, like the whole thing with the trucking, I'm going to do a whole video so I explain everything that's going on with that, because it is totally insane. Okay. And what's really crazy too is that the guy's name's Norcross. So him and his lawyer brother have been brought up on charges. The NFI's CEO was brought up on charges. There are other people that were involved in these charges. The dual murders from 10 years ago was somebody who was involved in a land deal with these people. They owned the property. They didn't want to give up the property. They didn't want to give up the rights to the property. And this Norcross guy wanted it. So that Norcross guy, not only is he a powerhouse, a Democratic powerhouse in New Jersey, he was actually on the Democratic National Committee up until 2021. So, and he's the brother of the congressman there. So this is going to be really interesting. I am getting back home. So when I get home and I have time to sit here and, do one of my cool videos where I'm trying to like edit it all together to make it make sense, then I'm really going to get into that. But in the meantime, since you popped in, I don't remember ever seeing you in one of my lives before. So what I am doing today is right here on this link, I am giving away free copies of my ebooks for the next few days. Okay. I am doing that. To promote this channel, Wheel Burner Express and Forgotten Angels of Florida. So this Forgotten Angels is a charity organization where it is all proceeds go, it's all volunteer. And they are helping kids who are aging out of the foster care system. They are giving them housing. They are giving them jobs. They are giving them education. So if you are willing to donate even $5, it would really help. If you use that donate link right there, it goes directly to the organization, but then gives our fundraising efforts credit for your donation. And that way it's not going to any YouTubers. It's going to the actual organization. The founders of the organization, the wife was a foster care child herself. So It's a cause that they're really passionate about. It's really near and dear to their hearts. They are educating these kids, teaching them about finances, teaching them to get jobs. They have to go in order to stay in this program. They have to have a job. They have to go to counseling, and this is something that just like, it made me want to cry. Werner Judge in Norcross. What do you mean Werner Judge? Now I have to go look that up. Warner Norcross. That's Michigan. This is New Jersey. It doesn't look like there's any connection. This is George Norcross. It's George Norcross. Marty didn't give her a lead. She will track it down. Don't give her a lead. This is true. See, Christian is like one of my dear friends and he knows me so well. Like I will go track like people say like I'm wrong and things like that. When I talk about leasing, they say I don't know what I'm talking about and all kinds of stuff. And when I say this is how much a company driver makes, they tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm lying, and I'll post the pay stubs and I'll post the lease settlements and I'll compare them, and they'll still tell me you're lying. You don't know what you're talking about. That's fake. Okay. I'm showing you the thing, but it's true. I will, even that book that I wrote, Zodiac Lives, I did so much research on that to make it as believable as possible, because it's about the original Zodiac killer in the 60s and 70s who was never caught, right? I actually went back and researched all the crimes, where they took place, the victims, and everything, so that I could make this book make sense. And so the little girl, she hits her head, she starts having seizures and nightmares and stuff. And then the nightmares lead the police to evidence in a Zodiac killing that they didn't even associate with the Zodiac killer. So 20 years later, after this murder, this little girl's having these dreams, and it leads them back to the Zodiac killer. And then the Zodiac killer is upset because he's in hiding for 20 years. Nobody's known him. So he comes out and he starts killing all over again because he wants to find out who knows who he is. He thinks somebody is leading police to him. So, he was caught. So TC, hi, thank you. Yeah, I do my research. I do my research with everything. So if you're interested in those free books, that first link that says bit.ly that I posted up above you a little bit, you can download all of my ebooks for free. Okay, we're doing this for the next few days. Yes, it's a thank you for popping in here. It's a thank you if you're willing to go share Whale Burners, his live feed right now. If you're willing to donate, that second link that I just posted up above there, that says donate, it makes a donation directly to this organization that is helping kids like transition out of the foster care system. It is such a great organization. He was caught with that 23andMe thing. It was crazy. The Zodiac wasn't. No, it was the Golden State killer that was caught. It wasn't Zodiac. Zodiac was never caught. And what's interesting about Zodiac is in 1946, there was a similar set of killings in Texarkana. And a lot of people thought that the Texarkana killer was somebody who came out of the military after World War II. They said it was military shoes. And then going to San Francisco, where the Zodiac killing took place 20 years later, what's there? It's also military. So they tried to make that connection. And I talk about those killings in my book also. Um, Thank you. I appreciate that. over on his channel, they were supposed to be giving away 10 of my audiobooks. Um, so I don't know if they're still doing it, to be honest with you. But, if you're willing to give me a review, then awesome. I'll give you a free audiobook if you're willing to go and give a donation to this Forgotten Angels. Give a donation to the Forgotten Angels, and that would be awesome. Um, and you could do it directly to that link, so it's not coming to me, it's not going to Wheelburner Express. you know Wheelburner Express came up with this idea for Forgotten Angels because his subscribers decided that this was the charity they wanted to donate to. And the more I found out about it, the better. They're making this an annual charity event, and I am definitely getting in on this stuff every year. I'm going to get in on it because I really like the idea that all these different channels are getting together. I've just been streaming for a few hours just to keep sending people over there, you know. So, TC, tell me, where are you? And are you TC Boggs? I don't think I ever saw TC in here before. And honestly, PS Godson, I don't think I've ever seen you in here before either. So who are you? Where are you? Why are you looking at me? Look, I don't have my wig on because I got a $50 donation to the charity to take my wig off. I'm just gonna be and like here's this guy next to me. He was just like looking at me like he knows who I am. He waved to me, so who knows? That's a little weird too. Sometimes you like go through these truck stops and people be looking and they're not sure if it's you or not. And a lot of times I don't want them to know who I am just because. And the other trucker, James Best, just popped into Wheelburner Express. Hmm. Yeah, over on that channel, they're doing all kinds of shaves. Oh, it's Tom. Okay, well, guys, this is my friend Tom. And Tom actually read my Zodiac book. Wasn't it Zodiac that you read? Zodiac Lives? Oh, you watch my videos a lot? Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Um, so what do you think that's going on with freight? Do you think that it's getting better? Or do you think that election is going to make a difference? Is there hope or what? Yeah, Tom watched read the Zodiac book. He liked it. Mm, it was awesome. Thank you. The cat came up for a whole 2 seconds and showed her face, and that was it. She decided to jump down. So, Tom, where are you today? P.S. Godson, where are you? And P.S. Godson, what kind of videos do you like? I mean, what kind of topics do you want to see? Oh no, this dog in the truck next to us, he just stepped on the owner's not in there, and he just stepped on the window and rolled the window down. He's got his whole body up on the window, sticking his head out. See, this is what I'm afraid the cat's going to do someday. Because while I'm driving, she'll actually get up and she'll walk around the dash and she'll walk on the windows and everything. And I'm terrified she's just going to go like flying out the window, and be like, fly away, my pretty. You know, like when I was a kid, my brother used to take my Cabbage Patch Kid and throw her down the steps from the top steps. He would just throw her off the steps and scream, "Flight lessons!" I would get so upset. I would get so upset. Wow, I think they're on, like, their 5th or 6th guy. It's funny to see. Why do guys like beards? No offense, but, like, all these guys are shaving off their beards, and I kid you not, they look anywhere from 10 to 20 years younger. Oh, Tom's going to Lake City, Florida. Oh, okay, he's in Georgia right now. Gotcha, gotcha. That's a good place, you're gonna like that place. No, Christian, that was Taco Truck Lover. Tom is a Prime driver. Taco Truck Lover was in here. Jim C can't leave his truck without the keys because his dog locks him out. Jim C is a Prime driver. He was getting a little discouraged in one of his videos the other day because, like, he does these great editing and different camera angles and everything, and I'm jealous. And uh, like, he was getting discouraged because he was like, "Look, I make all these videos, and they're not getting views." And I'm like, "Well, that's what happens, man." I could sit here and make a video and edit it, and it'll take me like 5 or 6 hours to edit this video. No lie. Because I'll just record and I'll be doing a video for like an hour and I'm recording. And then I start editing and add music and sound effects. And then I change it. And then I don't like this and I have to re record something. And before you know it, I spent 5 hours on a video and I'll get like 300 views. But I do a video like clickbait type of stuff, and then all of a sudden it gets like 4,000 views in like 48 hours. And it's like, wow, it can be really frustrating. It can be. Loser, hello from Hartford, Connecticut. Well, hello, loser. And I doubt you are. You know why? Because you're in here with special people. But welcome to my channel and thank you so much. So today what we're doing is we are uh combining. I'm kind of jumping on the bandwagon with this Forgotten Angels of Florida charity over on Wheel Burner Express. We have different subscribers, so a few of us are running lives at the same time he is, and we're kind of directing our subscribers over there. But if you are willing to donate to the charity, it is a direct link specifically to the charity. It is not going to any YouTuber or anything like that, but it will actually give this fundraiser credit. Even if it's $5, it would help. The charity is Forgotten Angels of Florida. They are helping foster kids who are aging out of the system, and it gives them all kinds of support, job opportunities, education, teaches them life skills. It helps them with places to live and transportation, getting cars, understanding credit. When they kick a kid out of foster care system, they just get kicked to the curb and nobody cares and nobody helps. And this organization is 100% volunteer, so the money you give is actually going to these kids and helping them. And so one thing that they insist on is they have to have a job to stay in this program, and they also have to get mental health therapy. They have to go through services. So um and when I was listening to the owner earlier, who runs it, it was amazing to hear all the great things that they do for the kids. And if you have never downloaded my ebooks before, for jumping in here, for sharing, for even considering to donate, I am giving away my free ebooks. Okay. So they are all set for free. You can get one of them, you could get all four of them and just download them. Um, and then, that's just as a thank you for coming in. If you are willing to share their link on any of your social media, that would really help. We set a goal. Well, I didn't set a goal. They set a goal of $10,000. and we've already exceeded that. We're over 11,000, which is amazing. Last year when Wheel Burner Express did this, and this is their second annual shave off charity fundraiser, um, they raised $6,800. So this year we're at 11,000. That's pretty damn good. The guy I work with, JBG Travels, puts out 3 videos in one day. I don't know how he gets any sleep. We run hard. Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, there are some people that what they do is I have a phone app that I could just keep recording and recording and recording and then just kind of push it all together, and it'll make the edits and like the transitions, and I could type titles and stuff like that. But to me, it's not as precise as I would like it with the editing software that I have. And what's really kind of cool is there's new AI technology in that program that I'm trying to learn. I just need I need time to learn it. But the things that I did use, it was like, wow. Like, did you ever notice how you say like, okay, and you use those pauses and interrupters? Well, now the AI will go through the whole thing and take them out with just like a couple clicks of a button, which is amazing. So I think I tried it with 2 of the videos, and it really made a difference, and it cut my editing time. So I'm hoping I will be able to pump out some videos more frequently now. I also have the T-Mobile Home internet on the truck, and that is allowing me to get internet. So, like right now, I was not able to do any kind of live from my phone that I had before, and I had a T-Mobile phone, a T-Mobile tablet, Verizon hotspot, Verizon phone, Verizon tablet. I had all of them. JB Tree Travels has been around for a long time. Super guy, positive, super positive. Well, that's cool. I don't know him, so that means I have to go look him up. I I don't always watch other people's channels. That sounds terrible, I know. But, uh, I should say that I don't go looking for other people's channels. If somebody comes up in my feed, yeah, I'm gonna go click on them. If somebody's, like, commenting on my channel, and especially if I see that they subscribed, I go back and I subscribe to them. But, uh, I don't sometimes it surprises me how many YouTube channels are out there in the trucking world, because it's like once you have a group you normally watch, that's all YouTube pushes to you, you know? So people will say to me, "Oh, did you see this person?" Nope, never heard of them. Never heard of them. I'm trying to see if they posted new numbers. I don't see new numbers yet, but so what kind of a channel does he have, that JBG Travels? Is it an owner op? Is it like one of those time lapse with the dash cam? Like what kind of videos do you guys really like? Because when I first started the YouTube, it was all brand new drivers. So I was really sticking with like tips and tricks of trucking and the realities of trucking and that kind of thing. And a lot of you guys have been with me for like 5 years now. So I can't keep telling you the same stuff that, honest God, you already know, number one. And number two, you don't give a damn about. So I want to keep trying to mix it all up with like a little bit of new people and then a little bit of trucking news and a little bit of prime stuff. And, because I don't want people getting bored and I don't want them just disappearing either. He does home stuff too. Like what, shopping and stuff? That was something I thought was weird. I did a video where I was like grocery shopping and then, put the stuff on my truck and made my smoothies, and I was like, wow, like that video got more um daily life vlogging is what people follow. Yeah, I don't get that. Like people do that, and I don't understand, especially when it's like truckers watching trucking vlogs. Like this dog in the next truck is so adorable, and he's got his head on the window like this, and it's like, where did my guy go? Allie Knight did that. Oh, okay. Yeah, you like that type of video? Well, you know what? Okay, so I have a friend, Jenny, who's been driving for about 4 years, and she really encouraged me to do it. And YouTube will tell us like the searches that people are looking for, the keywords and stuff. And like day in the life of a trucker is up as one of the top searches like almost every day. And Jenny said that she likes it because she wants to see different ways that people do things to give her ideas of maybe she can find a better way. Is there a better way to cook on the truck? Is there a better appliance to use on the truck? Is there a better tool for something? Is there a better way to organize things? So that's what she's looking for. Um, I don't really care about any of that. I sure as hell don't want to cook. I sure as hell don't want to organize or clean. Christian knows I have a cleaning lady come into my apartment for that stuff. Like, as a matter of fact, on the company truck, I used to turn in my truck at the detail shop every 3 months, and they'd give my truck a full detail. So by the time I was done with a student, I get the truck detailed again. So the new student walked into a brand new clean truck. Oh, he's a company driver. Okay, small company out of Frederick, Maryland, mostly dash cam, inward facing cameras telling stories. Oh, okay. So does he tell truck stories or is he just telling life stories? Because Lord knows I got so many life stories. Mm, I was just telling a few in here earlier. In the one postal book I have, I was there's a story about a Vietnam vet was down at the cafeteria where at the post office, the cafeteria, we used to call it the casino, and every table was a different card game. So one table would be spades, one would be Filipino poker, another one would be Texas Hold'em. They even had a portable roulette table. It was a folding roulette table that they would put up in our cafeteria. And JBG Travels, Jeffrey. JBG Travels. That doesn't roll off my tongue very quickly. But so these guys would stay down in the cafeteria and they would just spend their money. They would bet on all these card games and stuff. And so he was down there for a couple hours. People would lose their entire paychecks, and we had loan sharks that would cover the bets until payday. And then you owed them 20% vig. Seriously, no lie. They would even call up their bookies at the racetrack and they would bet these racing forms and then, bet on the horses that way. So this guy comes back from break and as a union employee, we got breaks every 2 hours. Well, he had been on break for over 2 hours. So his normal break was at 2 o'clock and then 4 o'clock. And so it was 4 o'clock and he comes back and so he comes back and the supervisor says, "Where you been? I've been looking for you for 2 hours." And he says, "Oh, look, yeah, it's 4 o'clock break time." And he turns around and he starts to go back to the quote unquote casino of the cafeteria. So the supervisor gets on the intercom and says, "Tom Campbell, about face and return to your work area." Well, the guy comes back and the supervisor said, "Or else." Well, he's talking to a Vietnam vet, or else what? So the guy comes over, he lifts his shirt, and there was a shark bite like this big in the side of his rib cage. And he looked at him and he said, "You see this?" I got this shark bite by lifting my dying friend into a helicopter while I was getting shot at by the Viet Cong. Or else what? What do you think you could possibly do to me that hasn't already been done? And the supervisor didn't know what to say. So the guy looked at him and says, "Don't you ever page me back to my department again, or else." And you don't want to imagine what "or else" means. And then he walked away and went right back to the casino. So, and talking about the Philippines, so in the building that I worked at the post office, like 30% of the people were Filipino, right? And when I first got there, and we were talking about the culture and the food and things like that. And one of the guys told me, "Yeah, well, if you ever see a Filipino with a tattoo, stay away from them. Because in the Philippines, the only guys that get tattoos are criminals. The felons get the tattoos in jail." So there was this one guy, Hector, which is interesting because a lot of the Filipinos have Spanish names because they were, conquered by the Spaniards. But so this guy Hector, he's wearing a tank top one day, and what do I see on his back, like on his shoulder blade? This big tattoo. So I stayed away from him for years. I was afraid of this guy because I was told that only the felons, the really bad hardened criminals in the Philippines had tattoos. So, years later, it was kind of funny. Years later, I asked him, I was like, "I got something to ask you because you just seem like such a nice guy. And I'm just wondering, like, did you have like some misspent youth or something when you were a kid? Like, how could you have gotten into any kind of trouble?" And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "Weren't you in prison?" And he goes, um, "No, why would you think that?" I was like, "'Cause your tattoo on your shoulder." And he goes, "Oh no, I got that in the Navy." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "No, no, yeah, in the Philippines, yeah, it's a bad thing, but a lot of the Filipinos would join the Navy and they'd become cooks because if they did 4 or 5 years, I think it was, in the Navy, the U.S. government would allow them to become U.S. citizens in exchange for being in the military." Hey, no hippie, how you doing? I appreciate you. So, no hippie, what we're doing, here is a link. If you're willing to go post this out, uh, you were live earlier and I didn't want to ask you in there, but Wheel Burner Express and Snore Lord and DIY Semi, they're doing a bunch of shaving, head shaving and beard shaving fundraiser. So they set a goal of $10,000. Apparently, Wheelburner is planning on doing this every year. This is second annual. So this year, his subscribers decided to vote for Forgotten Angels in Florida, which is an organization. 100% of it's all volunteer. It doesn't go to any kind of like CEO or anything like that. The money is going to the organization helping the kids. It's all for kids that are coming out of the foster care system. So they are educating these kids. They are housing these kids. They are helping them buy tiny homes and cars and jobs. They have to go to therapy. They have to get a job in order to stay in the program. But nobody's kicked out. They're dealing with kids that have been dealing with, emotional problems and all kinds of things. So, if you donate to the link, even if it's only $5, it goes directly to the organization. It's not coming to any of the YouTubers at all. It's going directly to the organization. And, so that's something that we're doing. And, I posted my ebooks, uh, for free today. So anybody that is willing to either share out Wheelburner Express's live or share out that link, go get the ebooks for free. They set a goal of $10,000. The last that I saw, it was 11,000. So that's cool. You're going to be moving into a tiny home with them. Ah, come on, you're doing well, but when you think your coworker is a killer, oh no. Well, remember, like everybody at the post office were killers. I mean, think about this. Okay. When I first started there, everybody that I talked to would say to me, "Stay away from that guy you were just talking to because he's going to go off and shoot up the building someday." Okay. And then before you know I was on the list of who was going to shoot off the building someday. But yeah, that's how the Filipinos come to America. Yeah, that's true. And like 30% of our building, we had 2,000 people that 30% were all Filipinos. So that's what happened. But so I also had a workplace shooter. This is in one of my books. I did a book called Going Postal: True Stories of a US postal worker. So one of the guys, uh, he wrote a letter to the congressman, and he said that he was going to shoot up our building and he was going to drink antifreeze. So if the cops didn't shoot him, the antifreeze would kill him. So I don't know why they thought they thought it was a bluff. I don't know. Like, if somebody wrote a letter like that, why wouldn't they just go in and arrest him? Instead, they were trying to see if he really had antifreeze. And he worked in an area with me where basically he was separated from other people, but my job was to go around and collect mail from him periodically. So he was used to me coming in. So the postal inspector came to me and they were like, do you see anything over by him? And I was like, well, what's going on? And they're like, well, you have to see if he has a gun and look for antifreeze. Hello? Not my job, above my pay grade. Hello. So and it turned out that he really did have a gun, and they wound up putting him out on stress for 6 months. Yep. Okay, you can listen as you doze off. I appreciate you. I do. Because the longer you hang in here, I've been sending everybody over to them, and they've been making money, and they're cutting off their heads and their beards and everything, which is cool. And you know, totally happy about that. Uh, oh, Wild Beard Trucking, thank you. I appreciate you too. Did you get my message? Because I did send you a message about this because I wanted you to go shout this out. That's what I wanted you to do. Uh, you didn't cut your beard off. Yeah, it's great over there. Yeah. Uh-huh. But Wildbeard, if you're willing to go, that link I just posted that says buystripe.com, if you're willing to donate to that, it is going to Forgotten Angels of Florida, which is a charity organization that is giving all kinds of resources to kids in the foster care system that are transitioning out. It helps them get jobs and mental health services. It's giving them job life skills. It's helping them build credit to buy cars, to buy houses, to get an education. Like, it's amazing. They have 22 acres of property down there. They're even offering to have truckers come down and park on their property, and hope that the truckers are willing to talk to the kids about, careers and what life on the road is like and things like that, as an encouragement to the kids. So it's really a great organization. And I know that you've been around me a while and you know this, but what I was doing today was yeah, that's cool. I appreciate that. If you use that link, then it goes directly to them, but it gives this fundraiser the credit. So it's an easier way for them to track how much we're raising, because they set the goal for 10,000. This is the second annual fundraiser that Wheel Burner Express is doing. So I know next year, because I'm going to want to be on this again next year. I know you're probably going to want to be on it because you are a really good guy that cares about people. And his subscribers voted on this charity, and the money, it's all volunteer. Like, this is not an organization that the CEO is getting $400,000 a year or anything like that. um and So then that bit.ly, that's my free ebooks that you can download. You want to give that, they're going to be free for the next few days. So I don't care if you even go give that link out to any of your subscribers on your community tab or anything like that. That's cool. Um, so what's the specifications to win a Highway Diamond Award? Well, they do a few different Highway Diamond Awards every year. the one that I got was for being an excellent role model and an inspiration to the female drivers at Prime. So basically, uh, I just do what I do. I'm just me. I don't know, you know. I've just over the years, I've been here for everybody. Several of the people that were in here were my former students, were people I mentored, and I have a Discord group and things like that. Now, one of the women that won an award this year she was involved in a charity organization, so um that was one of the things that kind of pushed her over the edge. Um Well, you know what, Wildbeard? Hans Google, he actually donated $50 to this charity for me to take my wig off. So that's my natural hair. So, and look, my roots are as gray as your beard. You see what I'm saying? but, so the highway diamond of the year, so there's three. There's an emerald, there's a radiant. I won the radiant award this year, and so there's 1,600 women at Prime, so they give out three awards every year. And so I won the radiant, which was like a role model and contributions to helping the other women. And then the emerald award was somebody that's really involved in charity organizations and things like that. The highway diamond award is somebody that's supposed to stand out above all, that does have a charity type of situation and does go above and beyond and all that. um the fleet managers nominate the women, and aw, thanks, I appreciate that, unless of course you're talking to Wildbeard looking awesome with his gray beard. So, but I'm going to be 50 years old pretty soon next week, so I'll take what I can get. Like, I don't understand these women. I got a woman the other day that says, "Ew, I get catcalled in the truck stop and I don't like it." And oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to donate that money over to them. I appreciate that. So I really love you, and if you guys don't know, you go check out Wildbeard. His channel is like more than double the size of mine, so of course everybody knows him. But I did get a chance to meet him this winter, and guess what, Wildbeard? I got something to tell you. I just found a video in my phone from, it has to be from 3 years ago, where you were in Springfield and you must have texted me or called me or something and said you were in Springfield. And when I tried to call you and text you back, you didn't answer. And I'm in the video saying, "That bum, he just came through here and he didn't even give me a chance to respond. I was busy. I was in the shower and he's not answering me. And he just flies through Springfield and leaves." Love you, man. Hmm. But so the Highway Diamond award winner, Emily Plummer, if you're a Prime driver, you might know. Oh, I don't hate you. I never hate you. I absolutely love you. Oh my God. Your child, your little boy is like one of the cutest kids I've ever seen. And it is so amazing to just see those bright eyes just stand out from both of you. And I look at the pictures on Instagram. It's awesome. Mm. Well, I thank you. I think that, actually in this light, I got a lot more wrinkles. I don't like that. But uh I think I never drank and I never smoked and I never did drugs, and I don't really go out in the sun much because my skin is so white that it burns. And I think that really contributed to me not wrinkling as much as some other people. Little Wild is precious. Yes, he is for sure. Brought a lot of joy in my life. I bet. I bet. I was never able to have kids, and maybe that's why I gravitate to organizations like this, and these kind of charity fundraisers like this, because uh you know I got to be the fun aunt and I got to do all the really fun, crazy things with the kids. But I also think it's horrible that people have kids and then throw them away and don't even appreciate them. You know, if you're going to bring a child in this world, you're responsible for them. And if you don't take responsibility, then they're going to wind up in foster care. And some of these kids that are in this foster care program, they're not all just throwaways. Sometimes the parents die. Sometimes they don't have any family and there's no choice. And they're going through emotional kinds of problems. They're at risk for becoming sex workers. They're at risk for being homeless. They're at risk for diseases and health concerns. And this organization is amazing. It is. I was crying this morning when the guy was being interviewed on the other channel on Wheelburner Express. I was just crying, seriously. So, um, but let's see. I'm trying to think of other crazy. Okay, so here's a crazy postal story. Okay, everybody knows what Ebola is, right? You guys all know Ebola, like could kill you with like one little drop, right? Well, it's not supposed to come in the mail like normal mail. There's procedures to do hazmat. So, uh, the hazmat is a little shelf that we never really use because we're not supposed to get it. It's supposed to go to a different department. I dump about 700 pounds of mail on this conveyor belt, and here comes this little box this big that says level 4 biohazard Ebola going to the CDC in the mail. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And it's underneath 700 pounds of mail? You got to be kidding me. So I take it to my boss and I'm like, do you understand what this is? This could kill us all. Like, I'm in a building with 2,000 people. We could all be dead. And I was like, what do you want to do with this to make sure that it's handled properly? And he says, well, put it on the hazmat shelf where it's supposed to be. I'm like, the hazmat shelf we never use. That's where we put our purses and our book bags and our lunches. And he's like, yeah, put it over there. You want me to put one of the most dangerous bio whatever, whether it's a bioweapon, biohazard, whatever the hell it's called, a virus, whatever, you want me to go put that on somebody's lunch pail? Well, just, yeah. So I clear off everybody's stuff and I put this big sign and I'm trying to do as much as I can with tape and everything saying, don't touch this. You know what happens? This guy comes back with a book bag. He comes back from lunch. He didn't even look and he threw it right on top of the box. And I was like, oh my God, that's it. I'm going home. So I go and I tell my boss, I was like, I'm going home because you people are crazy. Yeah, he's trying to take us out. Exactly. Right. And I'm like, you people are crazy. And, this was after the anthrax was in my building. I worked in a building that had anthrax. Honest to God. Okay. So they didn't even tell us. I found out by the news. The news told us. And so it was like 6 o'clock at night on my day off. And they basically said on the news, all employees, 2,000, report to such and such and get tested. So they had us like, it was almost like an assembly line where we went into one section and they gave us education about anthrax and where it was in the building. And then they put us through a different section where the doctors came in and talked to us. Then they gave us prescriptions. And so it was like room to room to room. Then they took the same, this is funny, the same test that they did for COVID is what they did for anthrax. Okay. So they're sticking the swab up our noses. And while they're doing, my mother and my brother, we all worked in the same building. I said to them, I was like, what is the accuracy of this test? And the lady goes, it's 50-50. Then why shove that thing up my nostril? Like I could flip a coin and I'd get the same odds. So give me a break. And they were like so upset that I didn't get tested. And I'm like, no. So they kept sending us to different buildings and we were processing the mail by hand. We were in dirty warehouses that they rented at the last minute that didn't even have air conditioning. They had porta potties. They did actually bring us a lot of food it was good. It was a lot of bottled water and Snapples to keep us hydrated and everything because it was still like, I don't know, 90 degrees outside in October. And So then they said, okay, we're going to bring everybody back. Everybody come back to the post office and go back to your normal job. So the congressman comes in, stands on the table, right, and says, I guarantee there is no anthrax in this building. You guys are 100% safe. I would not be here if there was anthrax in this building. And he goes, but we need you guys to work as hard as you can for the next few months because the mail that was in the building had been sitting there for a long time and it was going to take us time to process it all. So we're like, yeah, patriotic because this is right after 9/11 and, how dare somebody attack the US and we're going to get this done. And then the bosses came in and said, mandatory 12 hours a day. You guys aren't getting a day off for the next 3 or 4 months. You might as well just bring beds and put them in the locker room. You're never going to see your families, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nobody gets a day off. Okay. 2 hours later, wah, 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 evacuate the building, right? We get outside. The FBI cleaned the wrong machines. So they had to evacuate us all over again. And then they wouldn't let us back in the building to go get our car keys and our purses and wallets and everything. And it's like, what the hell? And then what did the union do? The union turned around and said, wait a minute, you mandated mandatory overtime for the next 3 or 4 months. So guess what? That's what you mandated. You have to pay us for it, whether we work it or not. So, true story. True story. There was another time I was talking about the casino in the lunchroom. I was talking about that earlier. Well, the guys would bet on anything. So one of the supervisors came to me, and this was after 9/11. After 9/11, everything changed because at that point, they wanted us to have our purses and our backpacks and our lunches with us at all times. Before, we weren't allowed to because they were afraid we were going to steal. Now they wanted us to in case something happened and we had to get out of the building right away. So a lot of the women, the old people, would be in a sit down job and they would just case individual letters of mail like this and put them in these little cubby holes. And they were all old people that did this. My own mother, she did this for the last 10 years she worked there. It took you like 25, 30 years of seniority just to be able to get that easy cake job. So the guy comes to me and says, I need you to help. I need you to help us. You, you need to go around and find the lizards. These 2 lizards escaped from the mail. And we don't know how big they are. We don't know what size they are, what they look like. We don't know what color they are, but there's 2 lizards lost in the building someplace. So first, I want you to help me go through all of these 150 people and tell them to bring their purses and bags up off the ground. Because if the lizard gets into somebody's bag and then they open it, one of these old people might have a heart attack. But I don't want to tell them that there's loose animals in the building because I don't want them to get fearful and I don't want them to have a heart attack. So we're going around telling people, could you lift your bags up off the ground? Because, they just, yeah, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. This is true. Right. So they tell me, look for the lizard. I'm looking for these lizards for 3 days. And it's a building with 2,000 people. I don't know if I'm looking for something this big or 3 feet long. Right. So I'm looking all over. And then me and my brother are sitting at lunch table one day. And I said to him, I was like, I'm still looking for these damn lizards. And he's like, you are? I said, yeah. He goes, why didn't you say something? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, they're in the men's locker room. I'm like, what? I said, no, I'm looking for 2 lizards. Like, what do you think is in the locker room? Because no, the guy's got the 2 lizards. They're like 3 feet long, these big ass iguanas. They're racing them up and down the aisles and they're betting on them. They were betting on lizard races, iguana races. I kid you not. Right. I was looking for him for 3 days. And I was like, well, did they at least feed them? They're like, I don't know. Maybe that's why they're running so fast because they're going down the aisle looking for food. So this kind of thing happened all the time. One time we had a hawk that flew in from the out of, like, it was a big warehouse is basically what it was. So there was the platform dock and then there was like a door that went into the rest of the building. and the hawk flew through the dock doors where the trailers were, through the main door, and then into the building, and then couldn't find his way out. It's true. I swear it's true. I didn't make any of this up. It's the truth. I swear. Right. So back then when I first started and I was 25 years old, right, it was mostly military guys and they all knew each other's ranks and branch of service, and they would put each other in rank. So we had a major, we had an Air Force master sergeant, we had a staff sergeant from the Army, right? So one day, everybody's kneeling on the ground. They're like crouching on the floor and they're looking up at the ceiling like this. And I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? So the big boss comes over, and the big boss, his name was Mike, and he kind of reminded me of Grape Ape. Do you remember the cartoon of the big guy and he'd like walk like this, and like his knuckles would drag on the ground? He was a big ape, right? That's what this supervisor was like, but he had the cigar coming out of his mouth like a cartoon character. So he'd come up and be like, what the hell? What the hell you doing? What the hell? Get your fucking ass to work. Get to work. Get to work. Right. And so the guys are like, shh. And he's like, don't you tell me to shush. This is my freaking department. You don't tell me. And they're like, there's hostile in our territory. And they're all looking. And the major is on the ground and he's like, Staff Sergeant, you take the flank to the left. And, Master Sergeant, you take the right flank. And he's like, I need recon, I need surveillance, blah, blah, blah. And he goes into this full military, mode of commands and stuff. And they're real serious. I mean, real serious. Right. And they made these slingshots out of rubber bands and had, it sounds crazy, but they took pencils and they were using the pencils as like arrows or spears. And they were going like that with the slingshots. Right. And they were going to try to kill the hawk. Right. So the big boss says, stop playing with the freaking bird and get your asses back to work. Stop playing. You're wasting all my time. Right. And the guy's like, do you have any idea how dangerous this is? This is a hostile. You don't get it. Okay. That thing could shit on the floor and I could slip and fall and break my neck. It could swoop down and scratch my eyeballs out. You don't know what it could do. And it could sneak up on us and claw us from the back and try to like drag us away or bite our throat. Right. This is true, I swear, right? So I'm not kidding. They actually did that. And they're sitting there trying to get it. And then somebody comes up and says, Major, I have an idea. I found a mouse hole over in the vending machine. What if I went and I got the mouse and I tried to lure the hawk with the mouse? He's got to be hungry. What do you think? What do you think? So he takes a little plastic strap and he's trying to make a trap to catch the mouse in the vending machine to then go use it as a lure, as a trap for the freaking hawk with the 10-foot wingspan. This is what I dealt with. Honest to God, true story. Then this is what I put in my book, the free book, the download. It is on audiobook if you like it. Anybody that wants to go donate, if you're willing to donate $20 to this organization, I will give you a free ebook. All I need is your email address. So send me a copy of the receipt. But and you could pick any ebook you want, any audiobook you want. The ebooks are free, but the audiobooks I'll pay for myself. Yes, I was knee deep in major PTSD. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. But sometimes it was fun. Sometimes it was fun. We had this one guy. I loved him. He was one of the smartest, well-read guys I've ever met my entire life. His name was Joe. Joe was an extreme conservative. Joe was one of those that had the American flag in his head and look, here I am right here. So, yeah, I have a lot to write about. And that was just my job. If I even went into what I wrote about, like my whole life. It would be crazy. There's Jenny. Jenny is my friend. She's in my videos from time to time. And she's been texting me and calling me and trying to figure out what I was doing. And she just finally got in here. So thanks, Jenny. So seems like new people are jumping in. So Jenny, I don't even know if I told you about this, but this organization, if you donate directly to this link, it's helping Forgotten Angels of Florida. It's an organization that's helping kids transition out of the foster care system. It gives them job training, life skills, teaches them about credit and banking. They're teaching them even electrical and plumbing and things like that. They're helping them build tiny homes and get cars. And they are required to, in order to stay in this program as adults, they have to continue to get mental health care and they need to have a job. But even years down the line, if they need help, they need assistance, they can come back and they can get guidance. And the two founders of this organization, the wife was a foster care child herself. So they're really dedicated to this. It's a completely 100% volunteer organization. So none of the proceeds are actually going to go fund somebody's paycheck. And that link goes directly to the organization. However, that link also credits the fundraiser that Wheel Burner Express, organized. And there's like a bunch of channels like mine right now trying to drive people there and give this link out. So I've been on for a few hours and I'm going to keep staying here. We set a goal. Well, I didn't. They set a goal of $10,000. And the last I saw, they were at 11,000 and they are still going over on Wheel Burner Express. The guys are all shaving off their beards every time they hit a certain milestone. And, somebody's supposed to shave off his head. He's going to do a mohawk going this way, a tiara mohawk rather than one going forward. So, that's been interesting. But, one of my chapters in my book is about a Nigerian supervisor we had. He had been in the country for 17 years. He was never a U.S. citizen. He was a supervisor for about 8 months when he came to our building. This guy was one of the most racist, anti-Semitic people I've ever met in my life. He was extremely sexist. We should shave also. You know what? They asked me if I would shave my head, and I originally said who would notice because I wear so many wigs. So earlier, Hans Google, that's one of my subscribers, he donated $50 to see me take the wig off. So here's my wig that just went flying off my head when he made the donation. So, I actually told them that I have a better chance of shaving my legs because my legs right now have more hair than my head. But so back to Amadi with his Nigerian sexism. He actually told one of our Jewish girls, she was asking for a Jewish holiday off for vacation. And he had to sign the paperwork. So he told her, "Why are you taking Yom Kippur off when you're not really Hebrew?" She's like, "Excuse me?" And he said, "No, you can't take, why are you taking this off? Don't you know you're not really Hebrew?" And he says, "If you were truly Hebrew, you would have been born in Ethiopia, but you weren't. So you're not really Hebrew." And she said, "Okay, well, thank you for letting me know that, but I don't understand why you think that." And he said, "Well, because the racist white man wouldn't have refused to put Garden of Eden in Ethiopia because they didn't want it to be associated with poverty, famine, blacks, disease, blah blah blah. And so therefore they moved it to Mesopotamia." Okay. Well, the racist white man wouldn't have put it there either. The racist white man would have put it in the North Pole, where you have people that are like white that don't go in the out. It was just so ridiculous. Like these are the kinds of things that he actually came up with. So he said to this one guy who was Indian, he says, "Because you're Indian, I can tell the following things. You're Hindu and you worship cows, you have a strict diet, and you hate Black people. Are we going to have a problem? So Patel looked at him and said, I am Indian. I do worship cows. I do follow a strict diet. And it's not Black people I hate, it's assholes. Are we going to have a problem? and and it was just like, that was just the perfect response. Um, but there were all kinds of situations like that at the post office. It was really crazy. And we were really like a family because you didn't have any outsiders come in. It took so much for you to get hired at the post office, and you really didn't take any time off. Like, I really didn't feel like I had any more time off at the post office being home every day than I do here. Like, I think this trucking job is so much easier than what I did at the warehouse and the post office. So, sometimes we would play jokes on each other and tricks on each other just because we needed a laugh. We wanted to feel like we were alive. So this one guy, Tom, had a best friend, Paul. And Paul had worked a 12-hour day that day, and he was about to leave for the night. Well, Tom gets on the intercom and says, Paul, report to Bay 50. So the guy goes out to Bay 50, and he's looking around, and he doesn't see anything. Right. Then he sees this rolling hamper, a rolling container with wheels that has 4 tires. And there's a note. Dear Paul, do these look familiar? Now here's the tricky part. Find the lug nuts. They're somewhere in this building. I kid you not. The guy's best friend put Paul's car on 4 jacks, took the tires off, took the whole wheels, everything off, stuck them in the hamper, and stuck them on the platform, and then hid the lug nuts. And as Paul's walking around the building, pissed off after working a 12-hour day, right? Tom's on the thing going, you're getting closer. You're getting warmer. You're getting warmer. No, you're cooling off. You're cooling off. You're cold, 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 cold. Right. And this guy is walking all over and he's fuming. He gets out into the parking lot and sees his car is up on 4 jacks. Yep. Kid you not. True story. So a few months later, to when Paul calmed down and didn't kill his friend, he decided to get him back. So if any of you are truckers and you see the plastic wrap that goes all the way around the pallets, it looks like they're really big, like 4-foot long rolls of saran wrap, right? So Paul took the saran wrap and completely wrapped up Tom's car. So Tom comes out after a 12-hour day and comes out and has about 5 inches of plastic wrap over his entire car and has to sit there and cut it out in the middle of winter in a snowstorm. And like, those are the kinds of things that we used to do to drive each other crazy. And, sometimes we thought we were helping each other and we really weren't. There were a lot of alcoholics. There were a lot of drug addicts at the post office. Alcoholism was just very commonplace. And so there was one guy that he crawled into one of those rolling containers, the rolling canvas hamper, and people came over and just dumped mail on top of him, right? They're dumping mail on top of him. So the end of his shift comes, and the guys that worked with him, they thought that they were hiding him from the supervisor and preventing him from getting in trouble. Well, guess what? Everybody forgot about him. So he wound up, this was New Jersey, he wound up, unbeknownst to the person that loaded the trailer, pushed him onto the back of a trailer going to Baltimore. So when he woke up and sobered up and they pulled him off of the trailer, he was in Baltimore. Now, I'm sure he scared the living hell out of whoever unloaded that truck that day, right? Because you're not expecting somebody to just jump up out of this container of mail. And so he calls up the postal supervisor in Jersey and says, hey, look, I don't even have my wallet or car keys or anything. It's all back in Jersey. So I'm going to wait for the next truck to bring me from Baltimore back to Jersey. And the supervisor says to him, are you crazy? You cannot use federal property for public transportation. You have to find your own way back. I couldn't make this stuff up. This stuff really happened. I swear to God. Couldn't make this up. Um, so there was this one woman, she was really funny. Her name was Tracy, and she was black, and she was a little loud, and she was very opinionated. And the first time I saw her, she was driving a forklift around screaming, "All you white freaking devils," she said the real F word, "must die. Just die, you white devils." And I'm like, "Ooh, look at how white I am. Like, I'm almost as white as this shirt, right? Like, I'm as white can be. So I'm going to stay away from her." And, and she's driving the forklift around. And then somebody put a box of snakes next to a box of crickets on the same shelf. And the snakes were charging against the wall of the crickets, trying to get to the crickets. So the snakes going like that literally pushed the cricket box off the shelf. And when that wound up happening, right, like 2,000 crickets go flying all over the floor. Honest to God. Right. So here's Tracy with her forklift squirreling around, screaming, "You white loving freaking bugs must die. I'll squash you all." Right. And then the boss is running around going, "You can't do that. That's destruction of federal property. You can be prosecuted. Federal offense of destroying the mail. You got to pick them all up and put them back in." I'm like, yeah, okay. The forklifts are running all over them. We're not going to be able to pick up 2,000 crickets. Like, what's the matter with you people? And then sometimes people didn't even know what address to be sending things to. So it would just keep going around and around in the mail, you know. And one time there was this swan. It was a beautiful black swan. Beautiful. And it kept coming and it was going back and forth between New Jersey and Maryland. And we felt bad for it. And we were always told that we weren't allowed to feed the animals because if we gave it something it wasn't allowed to have and it died, then it's our fault. And we're like, well, what are we supposed to do? This damn thing's been circling around for like a week or two. It's going to die anyway. Isn't it better for us to give it some water and bread or something? You know, I mean, even prisoners get water and bread. Jesus. Uh, but I'm trying to think of some other crazy stories about that. Like you have to read the book. Go read the book. Download the book for free and read the book. Cuz you know, some crazy things happen. But then again, I also have crazy Rhonda stories, which is my dead sister. Does anybody care about crazy Rhonda stories? I remember a long time ago seeing an episode of Dateline where they went undercover at the post office and the amount of mail that they were taking home and throwing away was insane. Okay, so you want to hear something really insane? We had a fairly like a middle management type of boss, probably made about 90,000, $100,000 a year, and this was 20 years ago, right? Because he couldn't get the work processed, because he refused to spend overtime because it was going to go above budget, he was burning the mail. He burned it. He set it on fire. And they it was in the Philadelphia Inquirer, the major newspaper there. They walked him out of the facility in handcuffs. 8 months later, he's working in my building with a promotion. That's how the federal government works. That's why, like all these robots and all this AI and stuff, I really don't have any faith in it because they had $1 million robot. They had $1 million robot, and they put these tracks in the floor that the robot, it was like a metal magnet type of track. It was only a couple big inches like this, like every so many feet, like every 10 feet or something. So the robot was supposed to find its own way around the building, go out to the platform, have the forklift attached to it, pick up the pallet, and then deliver it into the building at the proper place. Nobody measured the height of the robot or the width of the robot. The robot itself couldn't fit through the doors between the main building and the platform. So that $1 million robot sat in a corner. It's still sitting there. It's 12 years later. Seriously. So I have no I have no faith in the system at all. No faith. And but so who of you have sisters? Comment down below and tell me if you have a sister and is she batshit crazy like mine was? Okay. I wish I knew how to put pictures up because I don't, but and it might be on a different I didn't pay for the StreamYard, so there's different features, but so I had a sister that was absolutely gorgeous. Okay. I'm talking Angelina Jolie gorgeous. Like 5 foot nothing, like 105 pounds. She'd strut around in these little string bikinis that look like dental floss. And she knew she looked hot. And everybody knew she looked hot. And she was always kind of a troublemaker. She was a free spirit. She did everything she wanted to do. She was never afraid of anything. She just, I didn't realize until after she was dead how much she and I were alike. But there were ways that we really weren't alike. Okay. So she goes to Bike Week. Okay. Her and her husband, Harley Davidson fans, they're in Bike Week. She calls me up and she says, "Hey, I need you to hop on a flight down here." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "Yeah, you got to come down here. You got to come down here." I'm like, "For what?" She says, "Because me and you got to do the Cabbage Patch together." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? The Cabbage Patch?" Like, I'm an 80s child, so the Cabbage Patch at one point was a dance we used to do. And I'm thinking, why does my sister want me to fly 1,500 miles to do a dance? Well, it turns out it was coleslaw wrestling and they were doing a tag team. So she wanted me to beat the hell out of and wrestle the girls while she strutted around in her bikini shaking her breasts so she could get she wanted to get the prize. Okay. I'm like, if you really think I'm going to go fly down there to go wrestle in coleslaw because you want some special t-shirt and a $500 prize, you are out of your freaking mind. Well, please, please, please. It's so important. Yeah, okay. Right. So then she calls up my mother. And one thing about Rhonda was she was responsible that way. She would call up my mom all the time and she would tell her, "Oh, okay, we just got here. We're going to be here for a week." She was like that, I'll tell you, but she was also just really carefree. So she calls up my mom and she's crying and she's upset. She's in so my mother's like, "What are you doing? Why are you crying? You're Bike Week. You and your husband are supposed to be having a good time." And my mother thought they had a fight. Rhonda's like, uh, uh, "You're not going to believe this. I came in second place in a wet t-shirt contest because the other chick, she had a boob job, Mom. She had a boob job." So my mother says, "Rhonda, are you really telling me you were in a wet t-shirt contest?" "Well, yeah, yeah, right. And I should have won." So she says, "What does your husband have to say about you entering a wet t-shirt contest?" "Well, Wayne says I should have won too. Of course he thinks I should have won. Of course he thinks my tits are the best." So my mother's like, "I can't believe your husband is okay with this. Your husband lets you enter a wet t-shirt contest?" And now all of a sudden she's not crying anymore. She's like, "Well, who did you think was going to pay the $100 for me to enter? I haven't worked in 10 years." Like, how many of you guys would let your wife go join a wet t-shirt contest? Tell me. I want to know for serious. Would you let it happen? This is what I want to know. You know, tell me. And I know that Debbie saying yes, me is not her saying that she would let it. And Marty's saying, "Oh, he wants to go travel." Yeah, if you saw Rhonda, you would be looking. Tell me. See? Hell no. Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. You're normal. Right. But Rhonda was so funny and she always did she always did what she wanted to do. And Her husband was in a really serious accident, so she basically nursed him, so he couldn't do a lot of the things that she wanted to do. He couldn't go to concerts and things like that. He didn't have a wheelchair anymore, but he had a very serious limp. It was really hard for him to walk long distances. So, like, say going to Six Flags, he couldn't do that very easily. So she calls me up and she's like, "I want you to take me to Woodstock." And I don't know what year this was, 1996, maybe 99, somewhere in there. It was like the 30-year reunion, so somewhere in there, right? And and I'm like, "No, I'm not going to Woodstock." And she's like, "Please, please, 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 you got to take me to Woodstock. Oh my God, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity." I said, "Well, gee, tell it to the people that went to the first one because they're still alive. So it can't be a once in a lifetime opportunity." And she's like, "But please, please, please take me." And I'm like, "No, I'm not going to go pee in a field in 100-degree weather while you're getting drunk and doing drugs with people. And then what's going to happen when I lose you? I'm going to have to explain to your mother, okay, our mother, but your mother, I have to explain to your mother why I lost you and where the hell you're at. No, I know where this is going. No." Right. So she's all pissed. She hangs up. What does she do? She calls me back a couple hours later and she's like, "I got something to ask you." I was like, "No, I'm not taking it. No." Oh, and by the way, okay, one of the reasons why I told her no was because I took her to a Poison Warrant concert and she got high with the guys behind us. Now, remember, she's 11 years older than me. So I was 20, she was 31. She got stoned with the people behind us. She decided to jump over the railing on the second floor, the upper level of the stadium, and jump onto the rafters and try to shimmy down onto the stage because she wanted to go dance with Brett Michaels. And she's screaming, "I love you, Brett. I can't get you." And I got her by her belt loop on her jeans, right? Trying to hold her from not falling like 100 feet to the ground. And then when I start to like lose balance and I'm over the rail, it's the two stone guys that had my feet and my legs trying to keep me from not flipping over. So I said to her, "No, she wasn't." Right. Yeah, you heard me talk about Rhonda before. Yeah. And she died from drugs, but she was schizophrenic. She came schizophrenic from the drugs. Right. So she calls me and she's like, "Hey, um, you know, I need your help." And I was like, "I'm not taking you to the concert." And she's like, "Well, I don't understand why." I said, "Cause do you remember what happened to the last concert I took you to?" And she's like, "No, what?" And I tell her the story and she goes, "Wow, that was a much better concert than I remember. Wow, cool. But anyway, that's not what I want to ask you." She goes, "Is it legal? I'm at work and they want to fire me. But they want me to sign a contract saying I'll never work for another Kmart." That's where she worked, Kmart. "I'll never work for another Kmart for the rest of my life. Is that legal?" I'm like, "I don't know, Rhonda. I've never been fired." And she's like, "Well, what do you think? Should I sign it?" I was like, "No. You know what you do? Quit, walk away, don't sign the paper. Next year, go back and get hired by them and then torture them the way you're torturing me right now. Just get back at them next year." And she's like, "Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, I'll do that." Mm. Wait a minute. You were supposed to go to Woodstock? Oh, man. You know what? And what's crazy about that, I'm so glad I didn't go because there were all kinds of crime committed and everything. And it was like 100 degrees, and they were charging like 10 and $15 for a bottle of water. And they wouldn't let you bring coolers and stuff. It was just crazy. So, so another Rhonda story was was my mother had this Bichon Free poodle mix. This dog was like almost 20 years old, okay? But he was vicious. He hated people. He was always trying to bite people. He was always trying to bite animals, okay? But he was so old, he had cataracts and couldn't see. He would walk into walls because of it. He couldn't even get the the leg up to pee. Okay. He couldn't even walk. He couldn't get his legs up off the floor. Right. Um, so my mom says to me, I can't take the dog to put him to sleep. So I need you to do it. Now, if you guys have been listening all this time, you're going to find this funny. I told you earlier the cat doesn't really have a name. I call her Cat. Well, the dog didn't really have a name either. The dog was Dog. Okay. We got the dog when I was like 4. And me and my brother, one of us was calling him Pluto, one was calling him Goofy. My sisters were teenagers, and one of their boyfriends was calling him Mutt. The other boyfriend called him Shithead. So this poor dog wound up calling him this poor dog. He just answered the dog. You'd just be like, dog, come here, and he'd just come over. So my mother's like, you have to take him to put him to bed. I can't take him down. I can't put him down. I'm like, okay. So I wind up taking the dog to the vet. We're in the office, and he couldn't see. He couldn't get his back legs up, but he smelled a German Shepherd in the room. Okay. Tell me, guys, if you've ever had an animal like this. He smelled the German Shepherd in the room, but he couldn't find it. So he's going like this, trying to. I'm pulling the leash, and on the tile floor, this dog's paws are going like this, trying to get the German Shepherd. And he was going towards the wall, not the dog. And the vet comes out and says, he's very energetic. Are you sure you want to put him down? And I'm like, look, what kind of life could he have? He wants to attack the dog. He can't even find it. What self-respecting attack dog wants to hit a wall instead of a big, juicy German Shepherd? Right? So I put him down, and it was upsetting. I mean, I had the dog my whole life. Right. Then Rhonda calls, and I have to explain to Rhonda that dog had to be put down. And back to Rhonda's typical hysterical, this is terrible. Okay. Well, I said to her, I said, look, the vet said that he's in so much pain that he's putting himself into a trance. You could actually see all of a sudden he just go like this. And apparently female dogs do that when they're given birth. So I tried to explain this to Rhonda, and I said, look, he's in a lot of pain. He's doing what female dogs do when they're going to have a litter. And, he's trying to avoid the pain. So she goes from, oh, you killed my dog. You killed dog. Oh my God. Right. And then all of a sudden she goes, okay, wait. So what are you saying? Are you saying dog was pregnant? Like, okay, Rhonda, put aside the fact it's a male dog. Put that whole fact aside. It's a male dog. The dog was like 20 years old. Even if it was a female, there's no way that dog was having puppies. It just wasn't happening. It just was not happening. Okay. It just like right over her head. Right over her head. Like, I have so many Rhonda stories, I wouldn't even know where to start. Seriously, I wouldn't know where to end. One time I went to the DMV, and they were giving me crap about changing my name. And they were giving me crap about changing my name. And it took me like 3 days to get paperwork straightened out. She was there registering her boat. I didn't know she was going to be there. I just happened to see her. So she comes over and she's talking to me, and I'm standing in line. Well, I get called to the counter, and the lady's like, yo, get back on the. I usually do stories like this in the live feeds, but and some people told me to actually do like a whole podcast, just podcasts about stupid stuff, whether it's my family stories or trucking stories, because I got a whole hell of a lot of trucking stories I could tell you. I don't know how proud Prime would be about it, but but I don't even remember where I was going. See, squirrel. Phew. Where the hell was I going with that? Shit. I don't remember. But Rhonda, I just had so many Rhonda stories. I had so many. Oh, one of the best. Okay, here we go. Who knows about blood tests? Does anybody know about blood oh, the DMV. All right, all right. Remind me about the blood test because that's a funny story. All right, so we're at the DMV, and so I'm standing in line. She comes up and they call me. So the lady says to me, "Okay, next." And when I go up to the counter, she comes with me. And the witch at the counter goes, "Stay back of the white line." And Rhonda looks, "Who are you talking to?" And she's like, You're not the customer. Stay back of the white line." She's like, "You know who this is? This is my little sister. You don't just like talk to her like that." And she's like, "I wasn't talking to her. I was talking to you. Stay back of the white line." Right. And she starts going off and she's like, "You've had her sitting in here at the freaking DMV for 3 days for you people to figure out how to do your damn paperwork. Do you know how much money she lost coming here instead of going to work?" Right. And she's going off. So the lady says, "You need to stay back of the white line or I'm going to call an officer." So Rhonda looks at her and goes, "You think I'm afraid of that rental cop? Do you know how many times I've been arrested, honey, by real cops? So no, I ain't afraid." Right? So so the lady's like hollering for the security guard comes over and he says to her, "You're gonna have to leave." She goes, You can't force me anywhere. This is a state-run agency. I pay your salary, so you can't make me go anywhere." So they call a real cop. So the real cop comes in, right? The real cop comes in and then says to her, "Okay, you need to leave." And she's like, "No." And he's like, "If you don't leave and calm down and leave and let me escort you out of here, I'm going to arrest you." She's like, "It wouldn't be the first time, and it was sure as hell won't be the last time. I get arrested all the time. I'm not afraid of you." And he said, That's it, we gotta go." She wouldn't leave. He actually grabbed her wrist and he was pulling her out the door through the lobby. And she's screaming, "The only good cop is a dead cop. And this is why everybody in New Jersey drives illegal. Who the hell wants to come here and spend 3 days trying to do a damn piece of paperwork? We all got better things to do with our lives. And I'm not afraid of you." Oh my God. Like what? How? Yeah. But yeah, so she's been dead 13 and a half years now. And you know, she never leaves me. She never leaves me. But the blood test. Okay. So I was 16 and I was doing a genetics class and they had us do a family tree of genetics. So I'm the only one in my family with blue eyes. Everybody else has black hair, and as a kid, my hair was really blonde. Right. So I was blonde with blue eyes and really white skin. And everybody else in the family, they all have dark skin like Italians and dark hair and dark eyes. And I'm like, no. So she used to tell me I was the mailman's kid who was a blue-eyed blonde, and honestly, I really wouldn't care because he's a good-looking guy. But but I had to do this family tree, and one of the traits was blood type. Now, she and I have different fathers. My mother is an O, so she saw on General Hospital, Blackie, who is John Stamos, was in the hospital in a coma and had AB negative blood type, which is the most rare blood type. And they thought that he was going to die because they couldn't find enough donors that matched his type. So it was this big to do. And Rhonda always had to be special. She just, it didn't matter if she was O. In her mind, she was AB negative because that was the most rare, most special. So I told her, well, you can't be AB. You could be A, you could be B, you could be O, but you can't be AB. And she's like, "I'm AB." I'm like, "Okay." And she goes, "What are you trying to tell me?" "I'm trying to tell you, mommy's not your mother then." Now I'm 16 and she's 27. If you're AB negative, our mother is not your mother. Mommy's not your mother. You're not really my sister. Sorry, it's not true. And then it turned into, "What do you mean mommy's not my mother? Of course mommy's my mother. How could you say that? She's my mother. You look like the mailman's kid, so maybe you're not mommy's daughter." Right? And, I don't know. She called up my mother. She was 27. She didn't live there anymore. She called up my mother, right? And yep, that's back to the 80s ego. Thank you so much. You know, So, so, she's crying hysterically. She calls up my mother and she's like, "Kirsty says you're not my mom. Please, mommy, tell me you're my mom. You're the only mom I ever knew. I love you so much. Please don't disown me." Right. So after like a week of this, my mother just finally looked. She's on the phone with her and she looked at me and she's like, "Why did you do this to me? I could kill you. Why did you do this to me?" So she says, "Rhonda, I'm AB negative too. I'm your mother, and I'm not listening to this crap anymore. I'm your mother. Just get over it." And she hung up on her. And I was like, "Mom, you can't tell her that. What if you're in a car accident with her or something and you're unconscious and they give you AB negative? You're going to die. And O can't take AB." And my mother looked at me and says, "I would rather be dead. I'd rather be dead than have to listen to that because I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it. You kids drive me nuts." Uh, I miss my sister and my mother. But here you go. If you're just coming in, that link that I just posted, that is a direct link to Forgotten Angels in Florida. We're trying to raise money. Wheel Burner Express, this is his second annual fundraising opportunity. So they're trying to, they set a goal of 10,000. We hit 11,000 a little while ago. So like they're asking me. Um, so we hit 11,000 a little while ago. But if you click that link and even give $5, it's really really going to be helpful. These guys are helping kids that are coming out of the foster care system, and so I just saw somebody say that they were wondering if I was going over there, but they're helping kids from the foster care system. And when they age out, they're getting them jobs and health care and mental health care and giving them so much and giving them a chance in life that most kids don't get. It's going to keep them from the drugs. It's going to keep them from the social work. It's going to keep them, and give them a chance that a lot of kids just don't have. And so, you know, it's sad. But so hold on one second because I just saw my and I was just gonna say, hold on one second. I just saw my name and then he cut out. So I don't know how much they wound up raising, but but so anyway. Oh, that would be cool. I don't care who the heck you share that link with. Go for it because that link goes directly to the organization and that link also gives credit to this fundraiser so it keeps track that way, so that's really cool. So uh let's see what other do you people, so here's my question. Yeah, I was a Young and the Restless Guiding Light family. Sterling Wheel, that was awesome, thank you so much. Well, I don't even know, you know what, Sterling Wheel, um wow, 12,300. That is so awesome. I know. I just saw Shannon ask if I was coming on, and I was going. I didn't know, I was trying to just send people over there, and we've been posting that link over here too. So we got a lot. Some of our subscribers are a lot different, but so that's so awesome. So Sterling Wheel, I got a question for you though. How long is that link going to be good for? Is that link going to stay up and be good? Do you know? You used to drive for Prime 2 years ago. Well, you've been hanging around my channel for a little while. 24 hours? Okay. Uh, so there you go, Ego. It's good for 24 hours. And honest to God, even if you donate without that link, this organization is well worth it. It is well worth it. Sterling Wheel, I was telling them that I was crying earlier. Give you 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Hey, big orange pumpkin, how you doing? I see that Wheelburner Express's thing just cut out, and it's funny because I saw Shannon say, "Oh, is she coming over here?" And then I was just about to. Uh, did I drive tractor trailers for the post office? No, I didn't. I loaded them. I used to. I used to do all kinds of stuff there, but it was mostly physical stuff where we had these 100-pound sacks of mail that I would have to undo them and then dump them upside down. And we had these huge rolling containers that were like 1,500 pounds, and I would push them up onto the docks and onto the trucks and unload the trucks and things like that. Hello again. All the pages to show my rubbish face. Darn, I have to shave my legs. Well, I know. That's what I said. The women were going to shave their legs. See, you guys were over there and you guys were all shaven, and I was sitting here telling crazy stories about the post office and my sisters. But I think we all did a really great job, apparently, because I know we got some money from this side too. So, all right, guys. So, Sterling Wheel, you love this story and how you had to force the truck drivers to use every other dock because they sucked. Yes, okay. This is true. So I sucked when I was in CDL school here at Prime. They call it a program, not a school. But I was crying on the phone with my brother because I failed my backing test. And so, you know, I was crying and I'm an overachiever. Like I was accepted to Harvard. I met the President of the United States. I've written novels. I've published them all over the world. I've done so much in my life and had so many accomplishments. I have pictures with me. I was 15 years old and I was interviewing the governor of New Jersey and raising like in amazing organizations and everything. Thanks, Tyke Truck, and I appreciate it. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, you know what? I came on here and I just start talking and people were just coming in and going and coming and going. So I just kept sending people over there. And then they were donating through this link. So, it doesn't matter. I set my books for free. So anybody that you know, hold on one second. I'm going to post the link. Uh Come on. I got a link for the books that you can download the ebooks for free. And like I didn't know what he was doing with with the audiobooks because I told him whatever he was going to do that I would just pay for the audiobooks. Um but we were over here and okay, so here we go. All right, Shannon. So that link right there is my books that you can download on Amazon. So did he actually like I saw you guys did some crazy stuff over there. Who wants to pop up here? I don't even know how to do this. I haven't done this in a long time. Oh, here's an invite. So somebody want to go you know, oh, Darsh, I have the link to my books. Okay, cool. Thank you for donating. I'd appreciate that. Well, I doubt we're going to get $3,000 here because we've been on since you guys were on. So I'm already at almost 5 hours being over here. And, but Shannon, you want to jump on that link? Come and talk to us? Come on in. And, I can't do it from over here. I can't, I can't make people moderators over here. Uh, I have to go back and do it on the YouTube side, I guess. But Yeah, get in here, Shannon. Because guess what? Debbie's in here, and Debbie said we should have shaved our legs. Sterling Wheel, do not be sleeping at the wheel. That is not good. Do not be sleeping at the wheel. Mm-mm. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I failed my backing test. Yes. And I was crying hysterically. And I called my brother, and my brother says to me, um, look, we know some really stupid truck drivers, right? The postal truck drivers are so bad that they don't even allow them to back next to each other in the trailers. They have to back every other one. They're not allowed to back side by side. Shannon, welcome.
I can't see you yet. I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm here if you can see me.
Yeah, I can see you. They can see you. It's awesome. Welcome to the show. I appreciate
Okay,
you.
hi everybody. I just got out of the biggest party over there. Oh my gosh.
I know. I know. I was watching. I had my phone on here and I saw that you said, "Oh, is she coming on?" And I was like, "Well, we were over here. I was just telling crazy stories about my dead sister in the post office." So, so what happened over there?
Oh.
Uh-oh. She left me. Bald chins, let's jump in.
Sorry.
All right, let's try this again. But what the heck, Shannon? That wasn't me. I don't know where she went. Okay.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
You know what? This is worth another donation. Watching me and her try to do something together, the technology wise.
Yeah, it's just I don't know what that luck is called. That like when you try to do some stuff like this, like something always messes up. I have that luck. My life is pretty smooth otherwise, but when it comes to me trying to get into my channel and just come on and just do a live like it's all good, there's always something that happens. So what happened was I didn't scroll. I had to because I'm getting StreamYard on my phone. So I had to scroll the screen down because it was way up there. So that's why I was looking at a white screen. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So here I am.
So tell us about yourself, because
you.
I got subscribers in here that aren't familiar with you.
Well, that's a shame. Hey everybody,
I
come over
know.
visit my channel. Check it out. Check out my live shows on Sunday. So I was waiting for you, Kiersey. I was waiting for like your big, the Kiersey show part, and it never came. And then they're closing it down right now. And so, I think we got like $12,000 and something. And
Yeah,
so
that's what they just said. Mm-hmm.
yeah, so it was great. And so Wilburner did a smashing job on hosting that whole thing. I mean, really amazing. So it was pretty cool. Except for the Kiersey part. He missed.
I was actually watching it over here, and I was telling the people from here to go over there. So
Okay,
people just kept coming in and going out.
At the peak, I think I seen like 40 people, which is really strange. And I wonder if it was, I don't think it's how he streamed it, because we just had a lot more participation last year when we did it like off the cuff. So I was a little disappointed in that we didn't have more participation. And a lot of the YouTubers that usually are in Wheelburner's chat didn't seem to be there today. So it might just be a bad weekend. Everybody's busy or whatever, but I'm sure that more donations will come in after, people start watching the replays, because everybody knew it was coming up.
But that's what we were just trying to find out. How long is that link going to be good for? That was part of the issue.
He didn't say. He just said it was going to be up through the replay. So I think it's maybe a permanent link, hopefully.
No. Okay.
Um,
Because I've
yeah,
had people in here ask if they could go share it. So, Ego, if you're still in here, you want to know if you share it, go share it. Worst thing that's going to happen is it's not going to work, right?
yeah, share
And
it
best
out.
thing,
Like even if somebody gets interested, look, the probably another great benefit of it is that someone's going to learn about angels because I mean, let's face it, I didn't know about them before this. And
right?
I'm just so glad to see these people get on there and talk about the organization, and it was really enlightening, and I'm very grateful that these people have such a huge heart to do that for kids like that. So,
Hmm.
so yeah, share it out everywhere because even if
Yeah.
it gets these kids $10 more, like it's $10 more to help these folks take on this huge task that they're doing in life. God bless them.
Yeah.
So I missed
Yeah.
you. I was excited for you to have like your showcase.
I'm sorry. I didn't know, he and I really didn't talk in depth about what was going to go happen or what he had planned, like time-wise or anything. And originally he was like, and thing is, I've been doing 8-2 splits for the past 3 days. I have been up for over 27 hours. So,
Yeah,
I actually
I feel
wasn't
you.
gonna do this at all. I'm not kidding. I was delivering at a customer this morning. I was there for, like, 9 hours, and they kept waking me up constantly, and I had such a bad headache that I laid down, took a 20-minute nap, and then I jumped up and I said, "Well, I might as well go get a shower. Oh, okay, I might as well put my makeup on. Alright, I might as well try to go shove people over to his place." So, that's pretty much what I wound up doing, and, you know, giving the books
Yeah.
away for free and giving the channel out, and I got some super chats that I just donated to the link, so,
Oh, good,
uh,
good. So that total's gonna keep
yeah.
moving. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, no,
it's
girl,
gonna
I've
keep
been
moving.
running real hard this week and splitting my breaks to make appointments on time and all this stuff too. So I understand. Like, I literally took. I think I got my load delivered this morning at like 10:30, and I think I saw the whole thing come on, and I was like,
Mhm,
okay, so I need to get it together because if he happens to send me a link and wants me to come on there, I'm not even. I didn't feel like getting ready. I didn't feel like doing nothing. You know that day when you just stop and you just are like,
mhm,
I don't want to do nothing. Like that was my morning today. So I had to
mhm,
really motivate myself and get in the shower and like then get ready. So it was like 3 o'clock before I was even like together and had, you know what I mean? It was one of them days. I was just like, oh my God. And I hate it because I want to spend my time on my time off, like enjoying every minute of it. And I have things to do too. And I would just, when you 8T split like for a few days in a row, it's, you feel just like, I don't know, I do. It runs me out of energy because I'm getting
has
5 hours
anybody
sleep.
tried the link from the Europe side, especially using 3-digit CVV instead of the 4 digits? I don't know, I don't think I have any Europeans in here. Most of mine are American because 'cause they're trying to get into
Tolga,
trucking schools.
Tolga might know on that one. He's in the chat.
Tolga's the one that asked it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Tolga
so
revealed
I don't.
himself over there, QC.
Oh, I was,
So,
well, I don't know how to stream it from him to me, and then when he said, "Oh, they were gonna give away stuff," but they would, my audience wouldn't be able to shout things out to win anything, so I was just
right.
trying to shove people over there, so it was like, I'd get 8, 10 people in here and it'd be like, "All right, go over there." And they'd pop over there and then come back. So the truth of the matter is, you really don't know how many participants they had,
Yeah,
and
oh yeah, I know it wasn't like the same 40 people. It was just like that's why I said like at peak it was like, because you seen it go up and down and
yeah,
whatever. So yeah,
yeah,
he'll be able to give us the totals later.
yeah, you know what? There you go. See, Christian's one of my best friends. He absolutely knows me. Go ahead if you want to do the super chat here. I absolutely will send that and I'll eat the processing fees because, that's one of the reasons why total donated for the boards was over 2,800. Who won the boards?
Um I don't it's I don't know their name. It's somebody that they know better. That I
Oh,
haven't heard of the name. My dog is
oh,
gonna keep on chirping. I'm so
oh.
sorry for him.
Because I was just gonna turn around and donate them back to the organization anyway, and figured if they sold them, fine. If they, you know, gave them to the kids, whatever, you know,
So
whatever.
I think the set that got one, and then Mr. Beast turned around and said he was going to donate a second set to the kids, to the place.
No.
So there was actually two sets. Now that winner of the boards was not there, as far as I understand.
Mm,
So when they figure that out, that winner might donate those boards to the organization as well. So they might end up with two sets of boards. But if not, they surely got one because Mr. B decided that he was going to offer a second set if the person decided to keep the first set. He was going to make sure that the farm had, um, their own set. So
mm,
what was really cool, Kiersey, I got to tell you this because this was a big deal.
mm,
T-Bone surprised everybody, and he went down to now he used to be a rock star, like a drummer, right? So he knows
mhm,
producers and stuff down in Tennessee. So him and his
mhm,
wife drove down there, and they were trying to get some of the musicians that he knew or collaborated with, but he said everybody was out
mm.
on the road. So he said he talked to his producer, and they figured out something. And this was a few days ago, like on the 18th. They got Dolly Parton to sign the Storyteller's book. I don't know if like she made it or whatever that is. I don't know what that is, but it's this great big amazing book, right? But she signed it and dated it. And so he auctioned that off, and that brought in,
It was like
oh
close to
god,
2,000 or so.
yeah, up to two thousand
Yeah,
dollars
I
for
was
that.
watching it
So,
over here.
oh,
Yeah,
okay,
and yeah, I was watching over here, and see, that's what happened, like, Orange Pumpkin jumped from here over to there, people
okay,
were jumping
okay,
back and forth, so, you know,
okay,
and
awesome.
and there were Prime people in here that wound up and Hirschbach people came in here, and they were shouting it out on their channels, and so it was bigger than what you think,
Oh,
and,
good.
you know yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna no more money's gonna roll in. I know it will because they did the same thing last year with that one, and we didn't even announce that one. That one just was off the cut. This one has actually got, everybody's been
mm.
sharing it. So I'm sure they're gonna hit 15,000, no problem.
But you have to think about this, okay, so last year was $6,800, I think, right? So
Yeah,
$6,800, and this year is so much worse economy, okay? And 12 grand in this economy? I mean, that's amazing.
yeah,
That's
we were
amazing.
shocked to do the 6,800 last year, like really shocked. And so for this is even more mind blowing, right? So and there's a point at the end, like everybody was tapped out. Like everybody gave until it hurt. You know what I mean? And so
Mm,
it was really great to come up with that because even though we're hurting the way that we're hurting, or everybody is, or whatever, like, can you imagine having all these foster kids and doing the work that they're doing, and the 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 cost of real estate in Florida and the taxes alone and all of that stuff? Like, I
mhm,
know they probably have some kind of grants to take care of some of that, but man, it's like our struggle is nothing compared to what theirs is. So
mhm.
I'm glad
That
that
is
we were
true,
able
like,
to.
so
Yeah.
when when I actually went inside to go, like, do my makeup, I was listening to David tell the whole story.
Wasn't that
And
great?
about the yeah, and the services they provide and everything, and I was you're gonna laugh, I was sitting here putting on my makeup, and I put the eyeliner on, and I start crying because I was like, "Oh my god, what these people are doing," and,
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna get upset now, but it's okay, I don't care. But one of my subscribers was like, "I've never seen her emotional like this. I kinda like it, but I'm not used to it." It was just funny, but, um my mom used to give to St. Jude's. My mother cared about kids so much, and one charity that she always wanted to give, and I never found one that I seemed to like or thought that like they were saying it's volunteer, so the money's going to the kids really in this. And my
Yeah.
mother always felt bad for kids whose parents were in prison because most
Oh,
organizations aren't ever gonna take care of those kids at all, you know? Um, you got a mother in prison, a father you don't even know, and you're living with your grandmother, you just kind of get
or
left.
there's no one will take those kids, and so they also, and that's how they can end up there in the foster care system as well.
Yeah, but I mean, like, not necessarily even the foster care, at least there's some kind of system, and that might not be good, but at least there's something. But
Yeah.
kids that wind up with other family members don't necessarily list as foster care. So, different states, foster care is different. You go into
Yeah.
foster care at one state and they're going to make sure that you get medical and stuff like that. But you go to your grandmother, you know, if your grandmother was such a good mother to begin with, would your own mother be in jail hooked on drugs? Maybe not, so it
Right.
kind of perpetuates a cycle. And I think my mother had a really bad life. My mother had a really, really bad life. I mean, first off, she was old, so she had outhouses when she was a kid, but she was the oldest of 10 kids. Her mother was a drunk. Her mother was a fall down drunk and always ran around with men. I honest to God don't know if she was married to my grandfather. I really don't know. And, back in 1938, that would have been a big deal, right? But
Right. Big
so
deal.
when my mom was 6 years old, her mother had a hangover and was in bed with a guy, and it was like her second man, I think. And my mother had a 2-year-old brother that my 6-year-old mother was supposed to be watching. The kid ran out in front of the street and got run over by a truck. Okay. When I looked at the newspaper clipping, the whole clipping was about how poor the truck driver was. That poor truck driver killed that kid, and he had 4 kids, and he was going to jail, and he felt guilty. They did like 2 little sentences about my family and this poor kid that died, but my mother was blamed by her mother. And if that wasn't bad enough, 5 years later, when my grandmother didn't give any food to the kids, okay, my mother would knock on the neighbors' doors begging for food because my grandmother would spend all the money, the welfare money, on booze. Okay. So my mother was trying to feed this kid whatever she could. He was 4 months old and he died
Yeah.
in her arms. She was 11 years old
Oh my
and
God.
her mother was out whoring around. And I only found this out right around the time my mom died because one of her friends she hadn't seen in 70 years found me on ancestry.com. And this lady is telling me about how when they were 11, she went to go pick up my mother from school for school to go. And my mother says, I can't go to school today. My brother's sick. He wasn't sick, he was dead. And my mother had been rocking this kid, this starved kid that when I looked up this death certificate, it said anemic malnutrition. That's what he died from. Okay. My grandmother blamed my mother for that too. My mother should not have been in that house. Those kids should not have been in that house. And for the rest of her life, my mother stockpiled food. She was so afraid of starving. She stockpiled food. And I teased her later in life. I didn't know this story. She never told me. And I
Wow.
teased her about it. And I even did a video where I moved into my apartment and I got all these cabinets, and I do a video that said, "Look, mom, you would love all this cabinet space. You could just shove more of your crappy food all over." And
Oh my God.
when she died, and I went and cleaned out her walk-in closets, there was all of those survival, the survival meal things. That's what was in her.
MREs, I think they're
The
called.
preppers, the
Yeah,
prepper
MREs.
food. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
the MREs, and so she had that in her closet, floor to ceiling in this huge walk-in closet. And so that fear stayed with her whole life. And my whole life she gave money to St. Jude. And
You know
so,
what, Kirsty?
you
I
know,
bet your
I
mom, because of what you just told me, can you imagine the guilt that she was carrying?
yeah.
And not only, you know what I mean, by the voice of her mother blaming her for those tragedies,
Mhm.
and then that carrying around that fear, like I can't. Yeah, and you said she drank. I can maybe that was why. You know what I mean?
My
Because
mother
that's a
didn't
lot of
drink,
guilt
her
to carry
mother
around.
did.
Oh,
My
and
mother
so
did
your mom
my
didn't.
mother never drank. My mother never did drugs, she never drank, she didn't let any of us do it. I had a sister that when she was 12 years old, she started smoking pot, and she wound up getting addicted to drugs later. She became schizophrenic, she tried to kill me. I talked about that a little earlier. Um,
Is
and,
this the kind of stuff that's in your books?
mhm,
What do you write about? What's in your books? Like, what do you write about? Do you write about this kind of stuff or?
no. I
Okay.
couldn't write about any of this, not when my mother was alive.
Yeah.
I couldn't write any of that. I probably will eventually, I probably will, but so I kinda told this story earlier, but most of you guys weren't in here. It was my own subscribers, but originally, the first book I wrote was actually sex erotica stories that I wrote for my boyfriend at the time who was in Iraq. And he liked it, I mean, he's a nerd,
Girl.
right? So, I wrote him these stories, and I was in a group of women for his unit. And so they were writing in the Facebook group saying, "Oh, my husband wants me to write sexy and talk dirty, and I don't know how, and, I don't know how anybody does this." And I was like, "Oh, here's my emails. Go come up with something like that." Well, they were
I'm
a little bit
blushing
more
right now.
hardcore. Like, yeah, think of like 50 Shades type of stuff. It's actually called 10 Shades of Blush, the softer side of kink is what,
Oh my
what I named it.
goodness.
But so I get a
That's
call
necessary.
a couple months later from my boyfriend in Iraq that starts screaming at me. How the freak did my men get my emails? I know you're writing. What are you doing sending these guys stories? And I'm like, I didn't send them. What are you talking about? Right. And I didn't think that women were just going to copy and paste what I wrote, but that's what they did. So these guys thought their wives were cheating on them. They thought their
Oh
wives were cheating on them,
my.
right? So he calls me up and he's like, "You need to explain this to them." So I'm on speakerphone trying to tell them that their wives love them and just were trying to find a way to communicate and felt awkward about talking the sex like that. And the one guy was like, "Oh dear, thank God. Oh my God, I feel so much better." And oh, and by the way, you're really a good writer. You should publish that stuff. I would have paid good money for that as long as I didn't think my wife wrote it. It's like, oh, okay.
Funny.
Right. So, well, wait. So I did. I learned how to publish an ebook and make the cover art and everything. So then, oh, okay. So Sterling's saying he thinks the donations link's going to be up for a bit.
Okay.
So I learned how to do that, and the guys in the military spread it all over. It all went from Iraq to Afghanistan to Korea and the other military bases. So I after about like I want to say 2 or 3 months, I get an email from a Marine in Korea. And he emailed me and he says, "I was wondering if you could put that on audiobook because it would be like 2 hours of phone sex for like 6 or $7. That would be so awesome. That would be so worth it." So I was like, "Okay." So I tried it. So that was my very first, and it was more like a fluke, number 1, and kind of a test. But, 50 Shades of Grey was going all over the place back then, so I figure, "What the heck? I'll try it," you
Good
know?
on you,
Um,
girl. I gotta know. Did you narrate it? Did you give? Did
no,
you? Okay.
no, no, because okay, you gotta understand, I wrote these books 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I wrote them 10 years ago. So, like, it wasn't like we had these good microphones or anything. You needed special equipment and stuff and so no, I actually had professional narrators that did those books. So so
Okay.
that was the one. And then earlier, I was telling some postal stories about what it was like being at the post office and human heads being mailed, like getting loose in the mail, and alligators getting mailed and they get loose, and, all kinds of crazy things happen. Even anthrax. I was in the building that had the anthrax. So they closed our building down. And
Oh
then
my God.
after they let us come back, the FBI had cleaned the wrong machine. So they made us all leave all over again.
Oh
So
wow.
so what I did was I knew the postal workers would buy a book that was all about them. So I made that book really funny, but it was about, I think it's like 100 pages. So that's really not enough to put in a paperback. So what I
Right.
did was I did another serious short story that's more like, it's a historical fiction and it involves the war and murder and it has like a love affair and I don't like predictability. So I try to make the stories as not predictable as possible. So
Yeah.
I knew the postal workers would buy the one that was about them. So I put a serious story in there too, thinking, well, if I write anything later, they'll buy it, and it worked. And then, but I have a degree in history and political science, and I also have a degree in human and social services. So the historical fiction is really what I like. I did one that was about Irish immigrants. And with that book, I used to have my mom read the books as I was writing them. And so, do you remember Dallas? Remember Who Shot JR,
Yeah, the
the
show.
TV
Yeah.
show? Yeah, right. So, with the reason that worked so well was because everybody hated him. Okay. So it
Yeah.
was really easy for them to decide who was going to be the killer. So that's what I did. I had everybody in the book hate this one guy. And I personally didn't decide who the killer was yet when I wrote half the book. So I had my mom read the book of what I wrote so far. And then she says, I know who did it. I'm like, who? So she says, Richard did it. Okay, well, guess what? Richard's not going to be the killer now, right? So as I wrote the rest of the story,
Oh, that's
right,
great though.
when right, so when I wound up writing the rest of the book, and she read it, she got so angry. She stood up and she threw it across the room, and she says, "That's not who killed him." And I'm like, "Yes, it is, because I wrote the damn book." Yeah, that is. So yeah,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah,
Congratulations. That's super cool.
yeah.
That's what I
My
wanted to hear about. Like I was waiting, like I want to hear all about what she's doing. That's so great.
Oh, well, let's see. So that was my first full novel. So my second novel, Christian that's in here, he read that one on audiobook. Um, that one's actually based on my family from Germany. My grandfather came here with one brother, and then they had a brother and a sister that was still in Germany during the war. And their 12-year-old brother was indoctrinated into the Hitler Youth, was totally brainwashed, became a lieutenant in the SS, and their sister was so upset about this and she just couldn't take it that she wound up housing Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals in her basement and used the Catholic Church to get them out of the war, to get them out of Germany. Okay.
That's great. That's
So
the true
I'm
heart.
right. Isn't that amazing? So
Wow.
right. So I'm sitting here saying, okay, now just imagine like what would have happened if the brother found out this brainwashed SS lieutenant. What would he do if he found out about his sister? Would he protect her and essentially protect what she was doing and the other people? Or would
Right.
he turn her in and kill her and
Right.
everybody else?
Right.
So I knew what the truth was, but I turned this whole thing into a spy story. And so one of the brothers is a double agent, and then and then the sister and the one brother are
Don't
trying to stop
spoil
the
it for me. I
railroads and
do
the
want to read the
concentration
book.
camps.
Yeah, don't
Mhm.
spoil it for us. Like I do want to
Well,
read it. It sounds very
well,
interesting.
and Christian read that and he thought like it's so funny because there's one detail in it that everybody picks up on. And it wasn't even something I originally wrote into the story. I wrote a piece, but at the very end, somebody in England contacted me and said, I loved your story, but there's one thing you didn't tie up, and I need to know what happened. So I had to write an additional like epilogue to explain this one little detail. And yet, that's the detail that everybody gets freaked out about and cries over. And like people around the world will write to me about that. Um, but
Wow.
But something that I had to explain, and I want you to know too, the stories are amazing. I admit the stories are amazing. The mechanics gets better. By the time I wrote the last one, which is Zodiac Lives, that one I paid. I paid for a professional editing job on that. I paid a lot of money, and it's really, really good. And the Newborn Nazi, I was actually offered not one, not two, but three different people wanted to buy that book from me to turn it into a movie.
What?
Seriously.
That's so
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, but they
I
didn't
don't
want to
know.
give me the yeah, they didn't want to give me the they wanted complete rights. They didn't want to use my name at all.
No, no, no,
So,
no, no, no,
right,
no.
exactly. And they offered me some decent money considering I'm a nobody, right? I'm just some chick from New Jersey that decided to publish a book and I did it on my own.
It's gonna make
And
50 grand at the
so,
box office. No, no, they're gonna give you like 50 grand. No way. You know?
well, Well, and here's the thing. At the time I was telling them no, and I was like, "You know what? If I wanted to make it a movie, if I wanted to learn how to write a script, I already learned how to produce an ebook, publish the audio books, find a narrator for that, do the covering, do the marketing. I used to go to book signings and everything with these books. So, it's not like Will Burner was giving me some real compliments when he said, she didn't write a book and just only her family bought it. That's the truth. I've sold literally probably thousands of copies of these books. Um, I know I sold like 500 audiobooks. So I was just happy with 10 audiobooks, but
Right.
it's been
That's so
10 years.
exciting.
So, you know, but
That's awesome.
uh, but the not so like the mechanics of it, like some people really like detail, some don't, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the Zodiac Lives, this one, after I wrote it, I just felt like, okay, this is the perfect book. It's the perfect story. It's perfectly written. And once I wrote that, I didn't feel the need to keep going because I felt like I perfected it. Like, I'm really, really proud of that book more than the others. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? The other stories are amazing, and maybe someday I'll go back and I'll redo the other stories to make them as good, but
Yeah.
Zodiac Lives. What do you know about the Zodiac Killer? Do you know anything about the San Francisco Killer?
No, other than what you just said. That's it. Like I heard
Okay.
about it, but I don't watch the news or I don't watch television, so I'm naive to a lot of things like that. Or only like if people ask me if I heard about it, and then they'll tell me what it was and that stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I'm not too far up on
Mhm.
current events, so I
Oh.
just know that someone was running around and they were calling him that, and he was a big bad dude, and that's about all I know.
Well,
I know
back
that
in
sounds
1940. No, I mean, everybody's interested in different things, and I've always been interested in true crime. I've always been interested in history and psychology and why do people do the things they do.
my
So,
dog is the same. He's very into
right.
all. Yeah.
Yeah, so 1946, there's a movie called The Town That Dreaded Sundown that was made in the 70s. It's actually based on a true murder, a true serial killer from 1946 in Texarkana. Okay.
Oh,
So this little rinky-dink town had uh had a serial killer. And it's kind of like, well, if he's in the town, it's somebody that they grew up with. Who else would be in that town? And
right.
I think it's like 5 killings that he did, and he was going to the cars that were making out on Lover's Lane. The kids would make out in the cars and he would go and kill them. So,
Did
um
they make a movie about that?
fast
Because I feel like I saw that movie.
yeah, you probably did. It was pretty well known, especially like back when the VHS tapes were popular. So, in fast forward to 1966 era to 70 something like that. The Zodiac killer in California and San Francisco was killing people the same way. It was very eerily similar. A lot of people think it was the same person. Neither one of them were ever caught. So in my book, okay, in my book, I had to set it in like the year 2000, something like that. So it's 20 years after he's already been that he ended killing. He stopped killing. The Zodiac, the real Zodiac, was never caught. So this little girl starts having nightmares. She's only 3 years old. And she starts talking about things that she shouldn't know. She's telling her mother about the Presidio, about San Francisco, about cable cars. And she's only 3 years old. So
Wow.
the the more she talks, and the internet was just coming about back then, um, her family starts researching all this stuff, what she's saying, and it leads them to articles about the Zodiac killer. So they go to the reporters and the police, and they're like, this is going to sound crazy, but my daughter is telling me that you need to go look for a bullet in this wall. And when they wind up finding this bullet, it connects them to other Zodiac killings from back then, from 20 years prior. The real Zodiac, who had never been caught and had stopped killing, comes back and he starts killing again because he thinks somebody knows who he is and he's afraid he's going to be exposed. So the whole book, every chapter is, who the hell is this killer? And people will call me up and say, I know who did it. I know who did it. And then the next chapter, I'll go, that's not who I thought it was. Okay. I know who did it this time.
Look at that story
And
though, because like a
yeah,
movie, right? It's like
yeah,
that's the kind of movie that just keeps you
mhm,
like, oh,
yeah,
like
yeah.
it twists and turns, and
Mhm,
I like
yep,
that. I hope you do.
yeah,
You can make a movie,
yeah,
girl. I believe in you.
yeah,
You can
yeah.
you can
That
do all that
that
other
book,
stuff.
yeah, that book was that good. Oh, but you'll get a kick out of this, right? One of my subscribers said he would go donate to the charity, and he did. He sent me the receipt. If I took my wig off. That's why I have my real hair. It's all gray. I got to get my roots done.
Did you
So
have? Oh no,
while
I
you
know. I just
while
colored
they
mine
were
because my gray is coming through like way too bad.
yeah,
Oh
but
my
while
god.
they were over there shaving, that's what they were saying in here. Oh well, well, you know
They were
what,
getting
Amanda?
you.
Amanda,
That's
if
funny.
you want to read the books, okay? If you want the the ebooks, that bit.ly link that I'm posting right there, you can download all four of the ebooks for free for the next 4 days. Okay.
Sweet. Okay, so do you I'm just curious, like, where are they, like, do you sell them like in hard copy, or are they just ebooks, and then are they on Audible and that whole thing, or Amazon or whatever?
They're on Amazon. I have an exclusive contract with Amazon because it's just so much easier. I used to
Okay.
have them on different platforms and like Barnes and Noble and iTunes and all that, but it just became too complicated for me to do it like that. So, yes, I have paperback, I have audio on Audible. They're on Audible. And so
That's
that's what I was
awesome.
going to be giving away. And I told him to give away 10. So I don't know if he did or not. Do you know?
Um, I only left the chat for a little while, and I think that Dar put them in the chat, if I remember right,
Mm-hmm.
because I think he said something about it, and there was
Mm-hmm.
a link. So I think so.
So, Amanda, did you donate to this group? Did you donate to Forgotten Angels? And I'm not trying to be nosy or anything. I'm not going to push you into it, but if you didn't and you're willing to, I will actually send you one copy of all four audiobooks if you want. But I need an email address if you're willing to go make a donation to Forgotten Angels. The ebooks, they're free. I don't wind up having to pay for them, but the audiobooks I have to make a donation in order to get
Are
them.
they down
So,
like the kind that you download PDF form, or it's like, how are they? How can you listen to it? How is how's that work?
well, to You can't listen to a PDF because that's just a regular paper type
So
of thing.
that's what I
So
mean. I get them mixed up. So it's not an audiobook, it's an ebook.
the ebook is basically, if you want to look at it as a PDF, Kindle has a free app. Kindle is
Okay.
Amazon's app. So it's like an ebook reader, if you will. So you
Okay. So are
download
they
the
on
free.
audiobook?
Yes, I have ebook, which is paper, like electronic.
Yeah.
So I have a
Okay.
paperback. Matter of fact, you know what? I got a paperback right here. Hold on. If I can.
So you guys think she should autograph one of her paperbacks and auction that off?
Oh gosh,
Yeah,
you know I would pay
baby.
for that.
I don't know how you did all this amazing stuff while driving a truck, girl. You are amazing. Like, I struggle getting my business paperwork done, let alone trying to write something and be creative, do all that magnificent stuff. I'm better at writing instruction manuals and boring stuff like that. I'm not real creative like that. I'm very much more like, okay, do this, do this, do this, do this. I think she should autograph it, guys. I can't see the chat, but you guys can chat up what you think. She should be auctioning off one of those signed copies.
My book's not going to make anywhere near what Dolly Parton's would. But see, I
Wow, look
designed
at
the cover.
you. That's so
Yeah,
fantastic.
yeah. But
How do you even accomplish something like that? Like that to me looks like a monumental task. Like that's a thick book.
yeah. It's a thick book, and guess what? I typed it all. I designed the cover. I did the fonts and everything. I had to learn how to do all that stuff. You
Was
know,
that before Chat GPT or what?
he says my English isn't, it's half Cockney, half Turkish. I love talking. But yeah, you know what? It's funny that this font was a guy on online. I thought it looked creepy. I don't know if
It
you can
does.
tell,
It
but
gives you that like spooky feel.
yeah, so this guy Zodiac the killer, he was actually writing letters to the police and to the newspapers. He named himself as the Zodiac killer, and that symbol right there was his own. He would give them codes, and he would have like these long lists of codes and say, if you could break my code, then you'll know who I am. And he teased the cops ridiculously. So
Yeah,
so th-
when you're telling me
this
the story, it's like
yeah,
ringing this bell. Like I could
yeah.
swear I saw a movie about that one.
Yeah.
So
So the guy that designed this font, right? I liked this font so much. I thought it looked creepy and I was like, I want that. And so he would sell them in packages like the font and he told me he was like, "Well, if you just put my name on the book, then fine, you can take the font for free." And I was like, "Oh, how cool." But yeah,
that's cool.
so this is my pride and joy right here. Like after this one, I really did stop writing because I was so happy with this one. But
Okay, the next donation of like $300. No, let's say $100. Look, the $300 gets a signed copy of that book if Kiersey feels like it. Let's see if we can get
well,
$300.
I don't know if anybody would do that.
I
I
girl, if
don't know
I
if
had it, I
anybody would
would,
do
but
that.
I'm tapped out. I think that's exciting though. I'm proud of you. Like that's so good. How did you do this while you were trucking? Like this is blowing my mind.
No, no, no. I did this before. Guess what? You see this book? This is the crazy part. I did this before I was trucking, but I wrote this book in 6 weeks.
What?
No lie. And it's a fabulous book. And see, okay, so
You almost got that
here's the
flow.
thing.
Does it just start coming out and you just start like, you know?
Right there. Right there. See, I was always a good writer. I really thought that I was either going to be like a national campaign person, like a communications director or something, or a lawyer or a writer. I was always a good writer. So when I was working at the post office, everybody was in college. Everybody was in their 30s and 40s, and everybody was in college trying to get out of the post office. But everybody was working 12-hour days. Nobody had time to write their research papers. So people would pay me $300 to write their research papers. So I actually had people that, I would charge them $100 for a C, 200 for a B, and 300 for an A. And I don't write B and C papers, so it was $300 was pretty much what it was. And I would lay in bed and I could write the whole 20-page paper in my head while I was laying in bed.
Accuracy. That's amazing.
Yeah, but what would happen is it would be stuck there, and I'd have to jump up at 2 o'clock in the morning and go type and type and type and try to get it out of my head. It was crazy. And
That's amazing.
so when I started doing the books, it was that same. I actually called out from work for like 2 months. I went and got a doctor's note and said that I needed stress from the post office so I could write the books. So,
That's genius. Listen, I
so
love you, and I thank you for letting me learn about you and having me on this stuff. But this dog is not going to shut up. She's got to go to
that's
the
okay.
bathroom. So I
No,
love you. Keep
but
going. You're the best.
thank you so
I'll talk to
much.
you soon.
All right, bye, sweetie.
Bye bye.
All right, that was cool. Ah, there we go. I think this is getting rid of her. All right. So, and Tolga says most people can't read a book in 6 weeks. Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. I do appreciate all you guys coming in, and I didn't just disappear. I was over here and I was sending people for like I've already been on 5.5 hours, guys. So thanks so much. And does anybody else want to jump in here? I mean, if somebody else wants to jump in here, then jump in here. All right, I'm gonna go too because I do need the sleep. I have not slept in a long time. So thank you guys. Mwah. I hope to see you out here trucking along. Bye.